Okay, hi guys. I think we are live now. If you can see me, if you can hear me, please do let me know in the chat if everything is good. We'll then start the session. Today is going to be the start of something that we're planning to do every week till CAT. I think these sessions will be very, very useful. Yeah, I think we are live now. Please do like the stream. So every Saturday, we will be having these sessions at 2 p.m. and we are going to have a 3 to 4 hour session every Saturday at 2 p.m. So what I would request you to do is please do like the stream, please do subscribe to the channel. We'll be showing you the planned version of the planned schedule of which Saturday we are going to cover what. The sessions will include all the three: VARC, LRDI and Quant. There will be two types of sessions. One is concept based and one is questions based. I think knowing concepts is important, but solving questions I think is even more important. So we'll be having both of them. This is a questions based one where we'll be solving close to 30 questions. So close to 30 questions will be solved today. All of the 30 questions will be in algebra. We will be covering linear equations, quadratic equations, inequalities. We'll also be looking at some logarithms and some part of progressions. We'll be covering a lot of algebra. I think this will be a very useful course, a very useful video for you. We are primarily focused on solving questions. So please do like the stream. And we are targeting, our target for today is 200 plus likes. We are targeting 200 likes today. If we get the 200 likes, we'll be very motivated. And like I said, every Saturday at 2 p.m. we'll be having sessions from now till CAT. I would urge you to subscribe to the channel. I think these sessions will be extremely useful. We did this last year also, and after CAT, so many people told us that they found these sessions extremely helpful. That is why we felt, okay, now that the notification is out, now that the registrations have started for CAT, we will start the sessions again. So this is it. Do let me know if you want me to do the quant rush. If you want me to do quant rush, I can again do a quant rush with your help. And if you want me to do quant rush, you can again tell me which topic you want me to choose. I think even a beginner can attend this. We will be giving questions. We'll be giving a timer of around 2.5 minutes. If you get it, it's okay. If you don't get it, I will solve it. That is basically the plan. Good afternoon, Aditya. How are you? Sir, could you please tell me which types of essays I should read on A1 for CAT preparation? Or could you give me a curated list of A1 essays which would be useful for CAT RC? I would give you the link. We'll post the link in the chat of the daily articles that we want CAT students to read. We have a web page on Cracku. It is Cracku CAT daily articles. Go to that page. It is updated every single day with 3 or 4 articles. Just follow that. That is a curated list. Sai Prashant is saying, sir, I attempted all the sectionals in your website. They were nice and getting confidence. Very good, man. So I think because nobody messaged about quant rush, I will go ahead and start posting the questions. Like I again said, guys, please do subscribe to the channel. This channel has Saturday live sessions that I talked about. Every Saturday at 2 p.m. we'll be having live sessions. We have a lot of revision videos on the website, and we have a lot of concept videos on the YouTube channel. So please do subscribe to our channel. Okay, guys, this is the first question. We have 30 questions. Try to solve them. Aditya is saying, sir, I will be soon starting preparing, sir. Was not able to study. It's okay, Aditya. Don't be too harsh on yourself. But from now on, be consistent because not a lot of time is left. So don't keep thinking about what happened, how you wasted time and all. Just focus on what you can do in the next 3 months. Sai Prashant is saying, sir, which level of difficulty are you expecting in CAT 2026? I think it will be slightly easier than CAT 2025 because I think CAT 2025 was slightly on the tougher side. But more importantly, I want the difficulty to be uniform. I think one of the slots last year had very easy LRDI, which I hope doesn't happen this time. Vaibhav just one is saying, sir, mock booking is closed. Can I somehow book my slot now? Please do send a mail to support@cracku.in. We will look at it. Unknown leader is saying, big fan of Quant, sir. Okay, I will do Quant after like say 13 or 14 questions. Let us get some questions solved, and after that, I will do the Quant. Okay guys, last 5 seconds, try to solve it. And I will message the names of everybody who got this question correct after explaining this this question. So what does this question look like? There is a person who bought some mangoes, who bought some oranges, and who bought some grapes, accounting for a total of 145 fruits. So let us assume that the number of mangoes that he bought is M, the number of oranges he bought is O, and the number of grapes that he bought is G. The sum of these three is 145. This is given to us. Now, if they sold 2/3 of the grapes, initially he had G grapes, he sold 2/3 of the grapes, so he sold 2/3 G. So what is the number of grapes that are left? He is left with 1/3 of the grapes. So he's left with G/3, and he sold half the oranges. The original number of oranges is O, half of them are sold, so the remaining half is left, that is O/2 is left. And 1/5 of the mangoes are sold, that is M/5 is sold. How many are left? 4M/5 is left. This is equal to 66. This is the number of fruits that are left, which is equal to 66. We are also told that the number of grapes and the number of oranges are multiples of 25. Now, if you think about it, we have three variables. We have M, O, and G, and we have only two equations. So solving three variables and two equations is not possible. But we have some more information. The information we have is the number of mangoes, the number of oranges, the number of grapes are first natural numbers, and they are multiples of 25. So this is additional information. Using this information, we can solve the set. For example, we are told that grapes and oranges, both of them are multiples of 25. Now, if you're looking at this, G/3, the number of grapes that he sold is 2/3. This would imply that G has to be a multiple of 3. Why should G be a multiple of 3? Because he sold 2/3 of the grapes. If G is not a multiple of 3, he will not be able to sell a particular integer number of grapes. Suppose he has 10 grapes. What is 2/3 of 10? It is 6 2/3. Nobody sells fractions of grapes. So the 2/3 of G has to be an integer. So G has to be a multiple of 3. G also is a multiple of 25. This is given to us. G is a multiple of 3 because 2/3 G has to be an integer, and it is given to us that G is a multiple of 25. So G is a multiple of 3, G is a multiple of 25. this would imply that G has to be a multiple of 75. Therefore, the values G can take are either 75 or 150 or 225 and so on. But the sum of m plus o plus g, the initial number of fruits, is 145. So it cannot be 150 or 225 or so on. So the value of g has to be equal to 75. If the value of g is equal to 75, what are the equations looking like? We have m plus o is equal to 70, and we have 4m by 5 plus o by 2 is equal to plus g by 3, that is 25, is equal to 66, or these two, if you remove, is equal to 41. These are the two equations. You can solve them to get the answer, but actually some more information is given over here. We are told that the number of oranges is also a multiple of 25, and he sold half of the oranges. So in a similar way, how we figured out that G is a multiple of 3 and G is a multiple of 25, we can say that O is a multiple of 2 and it is given that it is a multiple of 25. Why is it a multiple of 2? Because we are told that half of the oranges are sold. So oranges has to be an even number, the total number of oranges. Otherwise, you can't sell half of them. So O is a multiple of 2, O is a multiple of 25. This would imply that O is a multiple of 50. And over here, this would imply that O is equal to 50. And therefore, M is equal to 20. You can substitute it over here also in the second equation, you will get the same answer. This would imply that the initial number of mangoes is option A, which is equal to 20. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct, guys. We have Pallavi, Sai Prashant, Ritu Panwar, Adi Verma, Sunil Venkata, Tejeshwar Adabala, Sandeep Kumar Mailapalle. Well done, guys. Nasir Khan is saying, I have problems in algebra, especially. What's the least I can do right now? I would say first attend this class, and after that try to solve, try to look at some revision videos where your concepts become better. At linear equations, quadratic equations is very simple, maybe quadratic equations. Logarithms also is very simple, don't forget it. So try to at least look at the low hanging fruits there. Let us go to the next question, guys. Please do like the stream. We have how many likes right now? We have 47 likes. We need 153 more likes. Please do like the stream. Sir, from where should I cover important concepts of number system, as it is very vast? Okay. Sayali Ma'am's quant revision of number system would be enough, considering I'm comfortable at quant. I think that is very good. Sayali's revision videos of complete quant, there are 2 videos in complete quant. One of them is 2.5 hours long, one of them is 1.5 hours long. Watch those 4 hours, you will get a thorough revision of all the important concepts. Many people have given the answer. I'll give a shout out to all of them after explaining the question. We have another 15 seconds, guys. Try to get the answer done. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. Here we have a pair of linear equations. The linear equations are ax plus 6y is equal to 13 and 7x plus by is equal to 7. And we are told that this pair of linear equations has no solution. K is the number of positive integral factors for the product AB. Find the value of K. Before actually solving it, let us first try to quickly understand when does a pair of equations have no solution, when do they have infinite solutions, and when do they have a unique solution. If you are given a pair of solutions, a pair of equations, something like a1x plus b1y is equal to c1. This is the first equation. And a2x plus b2y is equal to c2. This pair of linear equations can have either one unique solution, or it can have infinite solutions, or it can have no solution. When does it have a unique solution? Take the ratio of the quotient of x. First, figure out whether a1 by a2 is equal to b1 by b2. If you are looking at this ratio, the ratio of the coefficient of x and the coefficient of y, if a1 by a2 is equal to b1 by b2, then we have two cases. Either it will have infinite solutions or it will have no solution. What will happen if the ratio is not the same? If a1 by a2 is not equal to b1 by b2, then it will have a unique solution. So the first step is calculate the ratio of the x coefficient, calculate the ratio of the y coefficient. If that ratio is not the same, this pair of linear equations will have a unique solution, it is fine. If that ratio is the same, then calculate the ratio of the constant terms. If c1 by c2 is also equal to a1 by a2, if this ratio of a1 by a2 is equal to b1 by b2 is equal to c1 by c2, then it will have infinite solutions. If a1 by a2 is equal to b1 by b2, but this is not equal to c1 by c2, then it will have no solutions. A simple way for you to understand this, I will give you an example and you can understand it much better intuitively. Suppose the first equation is x plus 2y is equal to 5. Now you calculate the second equation. If the second equation is say 2x plus 3y is equal to 20. The ratio of the x coefficients is 1:2. The ratio of the y coefficients is 2/3. The ratios are different, so this will have a unique solution. You can calculate it, you will get a unique solution. However, suppose it is 2x plus 4y is equal to 20. Now you calculate the ratio of the x coefficients. It is 1/2. What is the ratio of the y coefficients? It is 2/4, which is equal to 1/2. So the ratio of the x coefficient and the ratio of the y coefficient is the same. So it will either have infinite solutions or it will have no solutions. Now this is, again we have to calculate which of these two cases. We have to calculate the ratio of the constant term. The ratio of the constant term is 5/20, which is equal to 1/4. So the ratio is not the same, so it will have no solution. For you to understand why one case will have infinite solutions and one case will have no solutions, it is because what exactly is happening over here. In this particular case, if I multiply the first equation with 2, what I'm going to get is 2x plus 4y is equal to 10. If I'm given x plus 2y is equal to 5 and I multiply that equation with 2, I'll be getting 2x plus 4y is equal to 10. So the constant term has to equal 10. And even if the constant term is equal to 10, if I'm given say x plus 2y is equal to 5 and 2x plus 4y is equal to 10, effectively I'm just given one equation. I'm given one equation and I'm multiplying the equation with 2 and I'm getting the second equation. I'm not getting any new information. So this system will have infinite solutions because you have only one equation and you have two variables. But suppose somebody is saying x plus 2y is equal to 5 and 2x plus 4y is equal to 20. Now this is not possible. This is not possible because if x plus 2y is equal to 5, 2x plus 4y has to equal 10. It cannot equal 20. Therefore, if the constant term is not matching, you will have no solution. This is basically what you have to remember. If you understand it, it is good. If you don't understand it, just remember one thing. If you are given a system of two equations and two variables, calculate the quotient of the x term, calculate the quotient of the y term. If the ratios are not the same, it will have a unique solution. If the ratios are the same, it will have either infinite solution or no solution. To calculate which of the two it is, calculate the ratio of the constant terms. If the constant terms ratio also is the same, it will have infinite solutions. If the constant term ratio is not the same, it will have no solution. With that being said, let us solve this particular question. In this question, it is ax plus 6y is equal to 13. And the second one is 7x plus by is equal to 7. So what does this mean? This would mean that the ratio of the coefficient of x term and the coefficient of the y term has to be the same, because this system has no solution. That is, a by 7 has to be equal to 6 by b. This has to happen, and therefore a into b is equal to 42. Now what we are asked to calculate is k is the number of positive integral factors of this product, a into b. So the number of factors of 42 is the answer for k. What are the factors of 42? We can calculate the factors manually. They are 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 14, 21 and 42. So there are 8 factors. The answer will be option C. You can also do the prime factorization of 42. 42 is 2 into 3 into 7. These are the prime factors, and the powers of the prime factors are, this is 2 to the power 1 into 3 to the power 1 into 7 to the power 1. So what is the number of factors of this number? It will be 1 plus 1, which is 2, into 1 plus 1, which is 2, into 1 plus 1, which is 2. This is equal to 8. Therefore 42 has 8 factors, and the answer is option C. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct before going to the next one. If you like the explanation, again, I would request you to please do like the stream, guys. Okay, many people got this correct. Pallavi Tiwari, Ankul, Shreyas, Ritu Panwar, Harsh, Sai Prashant, Shyam, Matthew Shaji. Good to see you again, Matthew. Harshini, Anurag Singh, Sahil, Tejeshwar, Vedavardhan Guru, Sri Chaitanya, Khushi, Anuj Parwar, Adi Verma, Avinash, Neil Mahajan, Satvik and Vedantika. Well done, guys. Let us go to the next question. This is an interesting question, guys. We have 70 likes. Our target is 130 likes away. We just need 130 more likes, guys. Please do like the stream. Okay, Sham, we'll solve it and then we'll see. Pallavi Tiwari said I did prime factorization. I think that's fine. Prime factorization is the easiest way to solve it. Please provide PDF of 200 questions of Quant other than algebra and arithmetic. Sure, Harsh, I'll try to do it. I think Mullan is saying, sir, next week will we have an LRDI stream and like Cracku portal style where we can answer as well? We can do it, but I feel people like this better because having it on the Cracku portal will be like again stressful. No, you have to see the leaderboard and all. I felt I would want to keep the stress levels of students as low as possible. Okay, guys, last 25 seconds. Try to solve it. Many people are getting it correct. Let's see. That's good. Again, I'll give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct after explaining this. Okay, let us get started. Now determine the product of x and y. Given that the equation 9x plus 2y is equal to 9 minus 3xy has non-negative integer solutions. Whenever you are seeing this kind of an equation, which is basically having two variables, it will involve a linear equation, which is like 9x plus 2y. It will involve a term which involves the product of the two, which is 3 times xy, and a constant term. This kind of trick that I'm going to show you will help you solve it very easily. It is also important that x and y have to be integers. So basically, if you have a equation like this, which is 9x plus 2y is equal to 9 minus 3xy. Or if you're bringing the 3xy to the other side, we have 3xy plus 9x plus 2y is equal to 9. This kind of an equation where you have the product of x and y, you have a linear equation in x and y is equal to some constant term, and you are told that x and y are integers. In that kind of a situation, this trick will help you quite a lot. What exactly is the trick? We'll try to factorize the left hand side. How are we going to factorize? We'll combine, for example, these two terms, 3x plus y plus 9x. You can take 3x common from these two, and what are you left with? You are left with y plus 3, right? Now from 2y, we will add another term, another constant term, so that you can take y plus 3 common. Why am I taking y plus 3 common? Because from the first two terms, I'm getting y plus 3 common. So if I have 2y here, I'm going to add plus 6 here to the left hand side, and I'll add plus 6 to the right hand side. What exactly is my plan? My plan is from the first two terms, I can take 3x common, I will get y plus 3. From the last two terms also, I want to take y plus 3. Vilpo. From the last two terms also, I want to take y plus 3 common. So I'm going to add plus 6 there. Because from the last two terms, I'm going to take plus 2 common, and I'm going to get y plus 3. This is 9 plus 6, which is 15. The point being, I can now factorize the left hand side. I can take y plus 3 common here. So it is 3x plus 2 into y plus 3 is equal to 15. Now, why exactly did I do this? Remember when this kind of trick can be applied. This kind of trick can be applied only if x and y are told to be integers. Now 3x plus 2 will be an integer, y plus 3 will be an integer. The product of two integers is 15. In how many ways can I express 15 as a product of two integers? It is either 1 into 15, or it is 3 into 5, or it is 5 into 3, or it is 15 into 1. If it is 1 into 15, I am putting 3x plus 2 as 1. If 3x plus 2 is equal to 1, x will be equal to minus 1 by 3, which is not possible. Or 3x plus 2 is equal to 3. If 3x plus 2 is equal to 3, x will be equal to 1 by 3. Again, this is not possible because I would want x to be an integer. Or 3x plus 2 is equal to 5. If 3x plus 2 is equal to 5, x is equal to 1. This is possible. So if 3x plus 2 is equal to 5, y plus 3 will be equal to 3. Or y is equal to 0. This also is an integer. And the last case is 3x plus 2 is equal to 15. If 3x plus 2 is equal to 15, x is equal to 13 by 3. This also is not possible because we want x to be an integer. So the only possibility is that x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 0. And therefore the product of x and y will be equal to 0, which is option B. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct before going to the next question. The people who got this correct are Shyam, Sai Prashant, Matthew Shaji, Ati Mulani, Pallavi Tiwari, Shreyas, Sandeep Kumar, Vedavardhan Guru, Sheikh, Satvik, Adivarma, Avinash Thakur, Ritu Panwar, Tejeshwar, Khushi, Harshini, Simarjit, Anuj, Neil Mahajan, and Lokit. Well done, guys. Let us go to the next one. This is the next question. Interesting question, I would say. And we got 89 likes. We need 111 more likes to reach a target of 200. I hope we achieve it. Please do like the stream, guys. Sir, that stress is very useful as I sit in that zone of competition and solving. Okay, I'll check with my team and I'll let you know. Prasad Kokate Singh, sir, how to improve in algebra? First, break down algebra. Algebra will have two parts, I would say. One is linear equations, quadratic equations, inequalities. The other is other type of algebra, which also involves some equations, like say logarithms or progressions. Try to at least solve the easier types of algebra. For example, I think quadratic equations is a very easy topic. Try to solve questions there. Logarithms, I think, is very easy. Try to solve questions there. And then try to build your concepts in the others. Like linear equations will involve a lot of concepts, but try to first go through the concept videos and then you can try to solve questions. Okay, guys, last 40 seconds, try to get it correct. Okay, guys, let us try to solve this question. Here we are given that the cost of 5 oranges, we have 3, which is oranges, apples, and tomatoes. Let the cost price of an orange, one orange, be X. Let the cost price of an apple be Y, and the cost price of a tomato be equal to Z. What are we given? We are told that the cost of 5 oranges, which is 5x, plus 4 apples, which is 4y, plus 6 tomatoes is 6z. This is equal to 100. This is given to us. And we are also told that the cost of 10 oranges, which is 10x, plus 6 apples, which is 6y, plus 9 tomatoes, which is 9z, is equal to 180. And what are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate the cost of 8 oranges. That is, what is the value of 8x? Now, when you are looking at this question and this question, when you're looking at this question, there are two equations, this equation and this equation. But there are 3 variables. We have 3 variables and we have 2 equations. To solve this system of equations and calculate the value of x, y, and z, we would need 3 variables and 3 equations. But here only 2 equations are given. So immediately you have to figure out that, okay, there might be some trick involved in trying to solve this kind of a question. And the trick, if you're able to see it, is that the ratio of the coefficients of y and z are the same in both the equations. What do I mean by it? What is the coefficient of y here? It is 4. What is the coefficient of z? It is 6. The ratio is 4:6, which is basically equal to 2:3. Similarly, if you're looking at the ratio of the coefficient of y and z in the second equation, it is 6:9. Again, 6:9 is 2:3. So the ratio of the coefficient of y and the coefficient of z in both the equations is the same. So what we'll do over here is, we will assume that 2y plus 3z is equal to a new variable. Let us assume that the variable is t. So what is the value of 4y plus 3z, 4y plus 6z? This will be 2t. Similarly, what is the value of 6y plus 9z? This will be 3t. So the first equation essentially becomes 5x plus 2t is equal to 100. The second equation becomes 10x plus 3t is equal to 180. Now I have two equations and two variables. I can solve it. Let us try to solve it. We can multiply the first equation with 2, and I'm going to get 10x plus 4t is equal to 200. I can subtract the second equation from the third equation. 10x and 10x gets cancelled. 4t minus 3t is t. This is equal to 20. So if t is equal to 20, I can substitute it in any one of the three equations. If I substitute it over here, 5x plus 40 is equal to 100, or 5x is equal to 60, or the value of x is equal to 12. That is, the cost of an orange is 12. So what is the cost of 8 oranges? The cost of 8 oranges is 96. So the answer for this particular question is 96. If you are wondering, how are we able to solve a system of equations where we have three variables and we have only two equations? You should understand that we did not solve the system. We were just able to calculate the value of x. We don't know the value of y, we don't know the value of z. What we do know is the value of t, which is 20. What does t represent? T represents 2y plus 3z. So if you're asking me what is the cost of 2 apples and 3 tomatoes, if you're asking me what is the cost of 2 apples and 3 tomatoes, I will tell you it is equal to 20. But if you're asking me what is the cost of a tomato, I'll tell you that I don't know. What is the cost of an apple? That also I don't know. I just know that one orange costs 12 rupees. I was able to figure it out. I was also able to figure out the cost of 2 apples and 3 tomatoes. That is equal to 20. You need to give me more information. That is, you need to give me the third equation for me to tell you exactly what is the cost of an apple and the cost of a tomato. Right now, because the ratio of the coefficients of y and z in both the equations are the same, I was able to calculate the cost of 2y plus 3z. But I don't know the value of y and z. Anyway, the answer for this particular question is option A, which is 96. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this correct before going to the next question. Many people got it correct. Very nice. Well done. Manit Garg, Shyam, Pallavi Tiwari, Ritu Panwar, Tejeshwar Adabala, Harsh, Kartikeya, Sri Chaitanya, Shishya, Khushi, Matthew Shaji, Adi Verma, Smriti, Satvik, Sai Tarun, Shravani, Raj, Lokit, Vipul, Vedantika, Abhiram, Shreya, Simarjit, Aryan, Shreyas, Akash, Anurag, Vignesh, Shai Prashant, and Harshini. Well done, guys. Let us go to the next question. Okay, before going to the next question, I wanted to tell you that we are launching a 3-month crash course on for CAT this coming Monday, that is day after tomorrow. You can check out the details. If you need the details of the course, you can just Google search Cracku CAT crash course, or you can either call us or WhatsApp us on our number. The number is 6303 239042. A 3-month crash course batch is actually starting on August 24th, which is this coming Monday. You can get in touch with us if you need any details about it. Okay guys, let us try to solve this question. This is a tough question, I feel, but hopefully some of you will get it correct. Yeah. Okay, we got 106 likes. So we just need 94 more likes to get the target. I hope we get it. Till we get it, I'm going to put a question mark here. Okay guys, last 50 seconds, try to solve it. So yes, instead we can multiply first equation with 9 and second equation with 6 and get the value of x directly. I think that can also be done. We can solve that question in multiple ways. I just wanted you to know that I wanted students to understand why we should multiply it with a particular number. If I just directly say that multiply the first one with 9 and the second one with 6, many students might get confused as to why did I choose 9 and 6. That is the reason I wanted to tell them so that they understand how to approach those kind of questions intuitively. Okay guys, time is up. Let us try to solve this question. After explaining the question, I'll give a shout out to students who got it correct. Like I mentioned, this is a tough question. So if you have done this well, if you got it correct, you have done well. So here we are told that there are two alloys of aluminum. Both of them have different percentages of aluminum in them. The first one weighs 8 kgs and the second one weighs 16 kgs. So let us assume that this is the first alloy and this is the second alloy. The weight of the first alloy is 8 kgs. The weight of the second alloy is 16 kgs. Both of them have different fractions or different percentages of aluminum in it. Let us assume that the fraction of aluminum in the first alloy is P1 and the percentage of aluminum in the second alloy is P2. The total weight is 8 kgs and 16 kgs respectively. This one has a fraction of P1 aluminum. This one has a fraction of P2 aluminum. From both of them, a piece is removed which has equal weight. One piece each of equal weight was cut from both the alloys. So let us assume that that weight is W. So we have W which is cut and the remaining is 8 minus W. Similarly, from the second alloy, we are going to get W and we are going to be left with 16 minus W. Now what we are told is this W is mixed with this 16 minus W and this 8 minus W is mixed with this W. And after mixing it, they found out that the fraction of aluminum in both of these mixtures is the same. So let us first calculate the first mixture. What does this first mixture contain? This first mixture contains this W and this 16 minus W. So what is the total weight of the first mixture? The total weight is 16 kgs. It is W plus 16 minus W. Out of this 16 kgs, how much of it is aluminum? Aluminum will be this W into P1 plus this 16 minus W into P2. This is as far as the first mixture is concerned. With respect to the second mixture, what does the second mixture contain? It contains 8 minus W of the first alloy and W of the second alloy. So what is the total weight? The total weight is 8 kgs. And out of this, how much is aluminum? that will be 8 minus W into P1 plus W into P2. What we are told is that the fraction of aluminium in both of them is the same. That is, this total aluminium in the first mixture divided by its total weight is equal to the total aluminium in the second mixture divided by its total weight. This would imply that WP1 plus 16 minus W into P2 divided by 16, which is the fraction of aluminium in the first mixture, is equal to WP2 plus 8 minus W into P1 divided by 8. You cancel this, this will be 2, you cancel this. Now you can cross multiply. You are going to get WP1 plus 16P2 minus WP2 is equal to, this 2 will go to the other side. This is 2WP2 plus 2 times 8 minus W into P1, which is 16P1 minus 2WP1. This is the equation we have. We can bring all the terms which contain W to one side. So the left hand side will be 3WP1 minus 3WP2 is equal to 16 times P1 minus 16 times P2, or 3W into P1 minus P2 is equal to 16 into P1 minus P2. Now P1 is the fraction of aluminium in the first alloy, P2 is the fraction of aluminium in the second alloy. Both of these percentages were told to be different. So P1 minus P2 is not equal to 0. We can cancel both of them. Or the value of W is 16 by 3, which is 5.33 kgs. So the answer for this particular question is option C, which is 5.33 kgs. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct before going to the next question. Okay guys, some issue, just give me 1 minute. Yeah. Jigyashu, Shyam, Abhirami, Pallavi, Avinash, Ritupanvar, Harsh, Tejeshwar, Isha Kushwaha, Sandeep Kumar, Mailapalli, Chandan Dhillon and Lokit Kashwar. Well done guys, let us go to the next one. Okay guys, if you have understood what I mentioned 2 questions back, you should get this question correct, because this also has a very similar concept. We have 118 likes. We just need 82 more likes to reach our target. Let us see if we'll reach it. Please do like the stream, guys. Prasad is saying, sir, I've completed syllabus and I'm practicing for study room, but tend to miss questions in mocks. I think you need to solve a lot of questions. The way I look at it is, what I tell people is, a heuristic I would recommend is, suppose you're able to attempt, say, 7 questions in a mock in quant. To go from 7 to 8, you need to solve around 100 to 150 questions within those 2 mocks. So if you are solving, say, 120, 130 questions, the next time you attempt a mock, from 7 you can go to 8. That much effort is needed, that much practice is needed. Pooja Kannan is saying, sir, I've joined the 17th August crash course as a beginner. How to crack, sir? Please. I would say focus on the batch tasks and attend the live classes every single day. Before attending the live class, which goes from Monday to Friday at 7:30 p.m., try to ensure that you watch the pre-session videos. so that you are comfortable with the basics before you attend the live class. I think if you're doing it, that should be sufficient. Because like you know, in our live classes from 7:30 to 8:30, we have the foundation class, which is for absolute beginners. And from 8:30 to 9:30 is the advanced class, which I think is a good way for you to complete at least the basics in those 1 hour. But don't attend the live session directly. Please go through the pre-session videos that we provide you for every session so that you can make the best use of the live classes. Okay guys, time is up. Let us try to solve this. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Determine the value of x plus y. Given that the equation 4xy plus 4x plus y is equal to 26 has positive integer solutions. So if you're looking at what is the equation that is given, it is 4xy plus 4x plus y is equal to 26. Now in this kind of a question, we need to check for two things. One, is it mentioned that x and y are integers? We are told that they are positive integers, so that is mentioned. The second thing we need to check is the type of the equation that we have. Here we have a product of x and y, the two variables, and we have a linear expression in those two, 4x plus y. So when you have this type of a setup, the trick that we use in this kind of equation will help. What do we use? Here I will combine the first two terms. In the first two terms, I can take 4x common, and therefore it will be 4x into y plus 1. So from this term and the number that I'm going to add, I want to take y plus 1 common. If I want to take y plus 1 common, what should I do? Here I have only y, but I want to take y plus 1 common. So I will add 1 to the left hand side, I'll add 1 to the right hand side. Now I can have plus 1 into y plus 1 over here. This will equal 26 plus 1, which is 27. Or from these two, I can take y plus 1 common. Y plus 1 into 4x plus 1 is equal to 27. Now y and x are positive integers. So y plus 1 and 4x plus 1 are also positive integers. The product of two positive integers is equal to 27. In how many ways can I express 27 as a product of two integers? It is either 1 into 27, or it is 3 into 9, or it is 9 into 3, or it is 27 into 1. If this is the first case, 4x plus 1 will be equal to 27. Or the value of x will be 26 by 4, which is 13 by 2. This is not an integer, so it is not the first case. If 4x plus 1 is equal to 9, which is the second case, x will be equal to 2, which is fine because 2 is a positive integer, and y plus 1 is equal to 3, or y also is equal to 2. So this is a valid solution. If y plus 1 is equal to 3 and 4x plus 1 is equal to 9, I'm going to get x is 2 and y is 2, that is valid. If I'm looking at the next case, if 4x plus 1 is equal to 3, x will be 1 by 2. This won't be valid, and because x and y are positive integers, 4x will be greater than or equal to 4, 4x plus 1 will be greater than or equal to 5. That also is another way to look at it. Similarly, 4x plus 1 is equal to 1, x will be equal to 0. This also is not valid. The only case which is valid is y plus 1 is equal to 3 and 4x plus 1 is equal to 9. In that case, x is 2 and y is 2. And therefore, the value of x plus y, which is what we are required to calculate, will be equal to 4, which is option C. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct. Many people got it correct. Well done, guys. Shyam, Jigyashu, Pallavi Tiwari, Sri Chaitanya, Ritu Panwar, Matthew Shaji, Sai Prashant, Tejeshwar, Anuj Parmar, Harsh, Sandeep Kumar Mailapalli, Akshay Prakash, Shreyas, Satvik, Shubhang, Shravani, Adi Verma, Simarjit, Padh, Sai Prashant, Khushi, Rushi, Balu Anant, Nitin, Lokit, Isha, Nishant, Shashank, Shreya, Vedavardhan Guru, Vedantika, Siddharth, Vipul and Harshini. Well done. Let us go to the next one. Okay. Okay. This is a lengthy question. Try to solve it in 2.5 minutes. We have close to 140 people are watching the stream live, guys. We have 129 likes. But what is our target? Target is 200 likes. So please like the stream and please do subscribe to the channel. Okay guys, last 1 minute, try to solve it. Shubham is saying, sir, I'm unable to solve questions after learning the concepts. How should I improve application towards question? LOD1 is doable for me. I would say if you are doing LOD1, that is a very good step. It is much better than not being able to solve any question. If you are able to solve some questions in LOD1, that is fine. Try to solve LOD2 questions. If you are not able to solve it, try to understand the question. If you understand the question also, I would say the next step towards solving it is not very difficult. If you understand what exactly is given and what exactly is being asked, understanding that itself will remove the fear of the question. You should know that, okay, this is asked, this is to be found out. I don't know how to do it, but I understand exactly the information that I have. Because at the end of the day, solving a question is utilizing the information we have to come to some conclusion. If you are understanding whatever is given also, I think you are making decent progress. After that, you can look at the video solution so that you can understand the concept better. In most of the video solutions that I make, at least, I try to ensure that I first teach the concept related to it so that you can understand the explanation or how I solved it better. I won't directly jump to solving the question automatically, because then I feel students won't learn as much. So if you find a video solution, definitely try to look at it. Basically, LOD1, if you're able to solve, it is good. Then try to understand the LOD2 questions. And if you're not able to solve it on your own, look at the video solution. Okay guys, time is up. Let us try to solve it. This is a lengthy question. I would want to see how many people got it correct. Part of the payment of a tourism plan for a group is fixed and the rest varies with the square of the number of the tourists purchasing the plan in the group. So if you assume that the payment has a fixed component, let that fixed component be equal to f, and the remaining is variable. So it is something like plus v into n square, where n is the number of people in the group. This is how the payment actually is, and this is given to us. We are told that the tourism plan, part of it is fixed, which we are calling as f, and the rest is variable, which varies with the square of the number of tourists purchasing the plan. A group can at most have 10 tourists. Okay, 8 friends plan to purchase the plan and are quoted a price of 5,16,000. So here we are given one data point. If the value of n is 8, the total payment is 5,16,000. This is f plus v into what is the number of friends? It is 8. So n square is 64. Or we can write it as 5,16,000 is the fixed component plus 64 into the variable component. Now, if 4 more friends join, how many friends are there now? We have 12 friends. But the problem is, these 12 friends can't be part of the same group. We are told that at most a group can have 10 tourists. So 4 more friends join and 2 of them join the earlier group. So if 2 of them are joining the earlier group, the first group will have 10 and the second group will have 2. The total quoted is 8,76,000. So the group which has this 10 members, what is the total cost? the total cost will be the fixed component plus 100 times the variable component, because the payment will be fixed plus n square into v. For the second group, which has only 2 members, the total price will be f plus 4v. So both of them combined, the total payment will be 2f plus 104v is the total payment, and this is equal to 8,76,000. This is the total amount that is quoted. We can divide the second equation with 2. We are going to get f plus 52v is equal to 8,76,000 divided by 2, which is 4,38,000. From this equation and this equation, we have two variables f and v, and we have two equations. We can solve them to calculate the value of f and v. For example, if I just subtract the second equation from the first equation, what is 5,16,000 minus 4,38,000? That is 78,000. Is equal to f and f get cancelled. We have 64v minus 52v, which is 12v. Or the value of v is equal to 6,500. If the value of v is equal to 6,500, I can substitute it in any one of the two equations. For example, if I substitute it over here, 5,16,000 is equal to f plus 64 into 6,500. You can use your calculator to figure out what is 64 into 6,500. This will come to equal 4,16,000. Or the value of f is 1 lakh. So basically the payment, the equation for the payment over here is f plus n square into v. The equation for the payment will be 1 lakh plus 6,500 into n square based on the number of people that are there. This is the equation. Now let us try to figure out what exactly has to be calculated. We are asked to calculate the minimum amount 12 friends can pay if they are divided into two groups. In the first scenario, we are told that the 12 friends divided into 10 in one group and 2 in another group. But now the 12 friends can divide into two separate groups. We are not fixing the first group to have 10 members. Let us assume that the first group has, say, n members. Then the second group will have 12 minus n members. So the payment for the first group will be 1 lakh plus 6,500 n square. The payment for the second group will be 1 lakh plus 6,500 into 12 minus n whole square. So the total payment for both the groups combined will be, this is 2 lakhs plus 6,500 into n square plus 12 minus n whole square. N square plus 12 minus n whole square will be n square plus 144 minus 24n plus n square, which is equal to 2n square minus 24n plus 144, which is 2 times n square minus 12n plus 72. So basically, if you are looking at the total payment, when we are dividing them into n and 12 minus n, the total payment will be 2 lakhs plus 6,500 into this, which is 13,000 into n square minus 12n plus 72. Now we are trying to minimize this. We want to pay the least amount possible. So we want to minimize this particular thing because this is a constant which is 2 lakhs. If you are trying to minimize this, this is simply equal to n minus 6 whole square plus 36. Because n square minus 12n plus 36 is n minus 6 whole square. So this is a perfect square plus 36. The minimum value for this will be 36, and this will happen when n is equal to 6. And what is the value? The total value that has to be paid when it is minimized is 2 lakhs plus 13,000 into 36. What is 13,000 into 36? This will be 4 lakh 68,000. So the total will be this, which will come to equal 6,68,000. This is a very lengthy question. I don't think many of you would have been able to solve it within 2.5 or 3 minutes. If you get this kind of a question in the examination, after starting it and after solving it for a minute or two, I think you should skip it and go to the next one. Let us see how many people got it correct. Pallavi Tiwari, Jigyashu, Abhirami, Ritu Panwar, Suraj, Adivarma, Avinash Thakur, Lokit, Sandeep Kumar, Simarjit, Tejeshwar, Sanjeev, Sai Prashant and Parth. Well done, guys. Let us look at the next one. I think now we have some quadratic equations questions and they are easy questions. I hope you get them correct. Ashni is saying was able to solve till v is equal to 6500 but could not figure out what they are asking as one group should have 10 members. Okay. I understand that. I could feel that it was a difficult question. So that is fine. Don't feel bad if you're not able to solve it completely. That was a very long question also. We have how many likes? 151 likes. The target is 200 likes. So we need another 49 likes. Please do like the stream, guys. I hope to hit 49 likes before ending the stream. This is an easy question. I hope many of you get it correct. Chandan Dillon saying, sir, I did BSc Agriculture and I had to take CAT exam. I will get my degree in 2027. Can I appear in CAT 2026 exam or will I have to appear again next year? No, you can appear this year. If you are in the last year of your graduation, you can definitely apply this year. Yeah, so just go ahead and apply. Last 10 seconds, guys. This is an easy question. I hope many of you get it correct, guys. I'll be very happy if most of you get it correct. I'll give a shout out to everybody who mentioned the answer after solving this question. So yeah, I think the time is up. Let us try to solve it. Now, alpha and beta are the roots of the equation, of the quadratic equation, x square minus x minus 1 is equal to 0. Find the value of alpha to the power 4 plus beta to the power 4. If you are given a quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, it will have two roots. If you assume that the two roots are alpha and beta, what is the sum of the roots? Sum of the roots will be minus b by a. That is minus of the coefficient of x divided by the quotient of x square. What is the product of roots? The product of roots is equal to c by a. C is the constant term divided by the coefficient of x square, that is c by a. In this question, we are given the equation is x square minus x minus 1. And we are told that the two roots are alpha and beta. So what is the information that is given to us? The sum of the roots alpha plus beta is equal to 1 and the product of the roots alpha into beta is minus 1. This is given to us. And what are we supposed to calculate? We are supposed to calculate the value of alpha to the power 4 plus beta to the power 4. So we can square the first one. Alpha plus beta whole square is equal to 1. Because alpha plus beta is equal to 1. Alpha plus beta whole square is equal to 1. This would imply that alpha square plus beta square plus 2 times alpha beta is equal to 1. But alpha beta is equal to minus 1. Therefore, alpha square plus beta square minus 2 is equal to 1, or alpha square plus beta square is equal to 3. Now, if you square this, what are we going to get? We are going to get alpha to the power 4 plus beta to the power 4 plus 2 times alpha square beta square is equal to 9. We know that alpha into beta is 1. So alpha square into beta square is equal to minus 1 into minus 1, which is 1. So the equation we have is alpha to the power 4 plus beta to the power 4 plus 2 is equal to 9, or alpha to the power 4 plus beta to the power 4 is equal to 7. Therefore, the answer for this particular question is equal to 7. This is the value of alpha to the power 4 plus beta to the power 4. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this correct before going to the next question. Many people got it correct. Well done. They are Shreyas, Shyam, Shubhang, Harsh, Adi Verma, Anuj, Pallavi, Ritupanwar, Sai Prashant, Khushi, Abhirami, Parth, Avinash, Aryan, Isha, Shravani, Kaushal, Simarjit, Lokit, Vedavardhan, Rushi, Chandan, Nitin, Matthew Shaji, Harshini, Paras, and Sandeep Kumar Mailapalli. Well done, guys. Very well done. I'm pretty happy. Okay, this is the next question. I would say this is slightly tougher. Try to solve it. We have 150 people who are watching the stream live. Very well done. And we have 164 likes. Done. And what is the target for today? The target is 200 likes. So we are very close, guys. If you are liking the stream, please do like it. We just need another 36 more likes. We have a lot of questions, man, today. This will be a long stream. We plan to do, I think, around 30 questions. Let us see. Okay, guys, last 40 seconds, try to solve it. This is solvable. Vedavardhan Guru, sir, All India mock at 4:30. I hope this won't collide with it. We'll see, man, we'll see. Okay, time is up, guys. Let us try to solve this question. Find the value of x for which x square plus 1 whole square plus 9x square divided by x into x square plus 1 attains its minima, given that x is greater than 1. Now, if you're looking at the question, it has a numerator and a denominator. The numerator is x square plus 1 whole square plus 9x square, and the denominator has x into x square plus 1. So one of the things that I would want to do is I would want to split the fraction into two parts. What is the fraction? The fraction is x square plus 1 whole square plus 9x square divided by x into x square plus 1. because x square plus 1 and x square plus 1, they have something in common. Similarly, 9x square and x also has something in common. So I would want to split it into two parts. And this would be equal to x square plus 1 divided by x plus 9 times x divided by x square plus 1. Because x square plus 1 whole square divided by x into x square plus 1 is x square plus 1 divided by x. Similarly, 9x square divided by x into x square plus 1 will be 9x divided by x square plus 1. So if I make x square plus 1 divided by x to be a variable t, what I have is t plus 9 by t. And what are we told? We are told that we are required to calculate the value of x for which this attains its minimum. Now, what is the value of t for which t plus 9 by t attains its minimum? We can use the arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. We know that t plus 9 by t divided by 2 is greater than or equal to square root of t into 9 by t, which is 9. This is equal to 3. Or t plus 9 by t is always greater than or equal to 6. And when does that equality hold? When I'm saying that t plus 9 by t is greater than or equal to 6, at some point it is equal to 6, which is its minimum value. At that point, t will be equal to 9 by t. If t is equal to 9 by t, t square is equal to 9, or the value of t is 3. What is t? T is x square plus 1 by x. So t cannot be negative, so t is equal to 3. Or x square plus 1 by x is equal to 3, which would imply that x square minus 3x plus 1 is equal to 0, or the value of x is 3 plus or minus square root of 3 square is 9 minus 4 by 2. So x is either 3 plus square root of 5 by 2 or 3 minus square root of 5 by 2. But we are told that x is greater than 1. So x cannot be 3 minus square root of 5. This is a number which is less than 1. So the only value of x is 3 plus square root of 5 by 2. And therefore, the answer for this particular question is option A. Let me quickly give a shout out to students who got this correct. Like I mentioned, this is not a very simple, straightforward question. So people who have done well have gotten this question correct. And their names are Jigyanshu, Pallavi Tiwari, Shyam, Ritu Panwar, Kaushal, Avinash Thakur, Sai Prashant, Sanjeev Dhillon, Anuj Parmar, Chandan Dhillon, okay. Adi Verma, Hariharan, Tejeshwar, and Shubhank. Well done, guys. Okay, this is the schedule for the live streams that we are going to have. We are going to have a live stream every Saturday from now till CAT. This is the tentative schedule. Next week, we'll be having a LRDA Mega Marathon. It will start at 2 p.m. on Saturday. The week after that, 5th September, it is Teachers' Day. We'll be having a VARC Mega Marathon again at 2 p.m. The next week after that, we'll be having a Arithmetic Mega Marathon. Arithmetic is by far the most important topic for Quant. I would assume that you would actually attend it and make the best use of it. Then we will be having a DLR Mega Marathon. Next is Quant, Number Systems. Number Systems and Geometry probably will be covering both of them together. Then we again have a VARC Mega Marathon, DLR Complete Revision, and Algebra and Arithmetic Mega Marathon. This is the schedule till mid-October. We plan to have a lot more streams in November as the exam comes closer. What I want to tell you is all of the streams, the timing is the same. It is every Saturday and the streams start at 2 p.m. I would want you to attend this because they will inculcate a sense of discipline and a sense of schedule, which will help you solve more and more questions. Please do subscribe to our channel, because if you subscribe to our channel and if you click on the bell icon, if you miss out on the stream, if the stream starts, you'll get a notification. So please do subscribe to our channel. Okay, this is the next question, guys. This is not a very tough question. I hope you get it correct. I want to see a lot of people getting this correct. Slightly lengthy maybe, but definitely solvable. Sai Prashant is saying 5th September is his birthday. I'll definitely attend a VRC Mega Marathon. Good man. Happy birthday in advance. Last 30 seconds, guys. Try to solve it. This is not a very difficult question. I hope to see a lot of people get it correct. Okay, guys, the time is up. Let us try to solve it. In this question, we are asked to calculate the least integral value alpha of x such that x minus 5 divided by x square plus 5x minus 14 is greater than 0 satisfies which of the four equations. So if you think about it, we have an inequality. We have to solve it. We'll get the value of x. And out of all the values of x which satisfy this inequality, we have to calculate the least integer value such that this equality is satisfied, and then figure out which of the four equations are satisfied by that integer. What is the inequality? It is x minus 5 divided by x square plus 5x minus 14 is greater than 0. This is the inequality. The first thing you need to identify is we have to factorize the denominator. And x square plus 5x minus 14 can be factorized. X square plus 5x minus 14 is equal to x square plus 7x minus 2x minus 14. This is x minus 2 into x plus 7. So the inequality that we have is equal to x minus 5 divided by x plus 7 into x minus 2 is greater than 0. Now, we want to remove things from the denominator and transfer them to the numerator. And because the right hand side is 0, we'll just multiply the entire inequality with x plus 7 whole square and x minus 2 whole square. And in this kind of inequalities, especially when you have something in the denominator, it is always important for you to remember and make note that the denominator cannot be equal to 0. So x cannot be equal to minus 7 and x cannot be equal to 2. Once you are sure of these two things, if you multiply this entire inequality with the square of the denominator, it gets transformed to equal x plus 7 into x minus 2 into x minus 5 is greater than 0. Now, what are the values of x for which this inequality is satisfied? Let us just draw the number line. And what are the critical points? The inflection points are, for x plus 7, it is minus 7. For x minus 2, it will be 2. And for x minus 5, it is 5. If x is greater than 5, in this particular scenario, all of these three expressions will be positive, and the product of three positive expressions will be positive. If x lies between 2 and 5, x plus 7 will be positive, x minus 2 will be positive, but x minus 5 will be negative. If x lies between minus 7 and 2, x plus 7 will be positive, but x minus 2 and x minus 5, both of them will be negative. The product of two negative numbers and one positive number will be positive. If x is less than minus 7, this is negative, this is negative, this is negative. The product of three negative numbers will be negative. So this is a valid region, this is a valid region. So x has to belong to minus 7 to 2 union 5 to infinity. Now what is the smallest integer value of x for which this is satisfied? X has to be greater than minus 7, because here it is strictly greater than, and x cannot equal minus 7 and 2. Therefore the value of alpha is equal to minus 6. The least possible value of the least possible integer value of x is equal to minus 6. Therefore the value of alpha is minus 6. If you are looking at the roots, minus 6 is not a root of this equation. You can substitute the value of alpha as minus 6 and see it will not equal 0. In fact, the roots of this equation will be minus 4 and 1. What are the roots of this one? Alpha square minus 5 alpha plus 4. Again, minus 6 is not a root. You can factorize it. You will see that the roots are 1 and 4. For this, alpha square minus 7 alpha plus 6, again alpha is equal to minus 6 is not a root. The two roots are 1 and 6. If you're looking at the last one, alpha square plus 5 alpha minus 6, here minus 6 is a root. The two roots of this equation, after you factorize, you will see are minus 6 and 1. So this is the only equation for which minus 6 is a root. So that will be the correct answer. Let me quickly give a shout out to students who got this correct. The list of students who got this correct are Jigyashu, Shubhang, Sri Chaitanya, Shreyas, Ritupanwar, Pallavi, Kaushal, Avinash, Sai Prashant, Sai Ronak, Tejeshwar, Sanjeev Dhillon, Vedantika, Anuj Parmar, Paras, Chandan Dhillon, Kushi, Simarjit, Adi Verma, Sai Dinesh, Parth, Raghav and Satvika. Well done guys. Let us look at the next one. Again, I would say not a tough question. Try to solve it. How many likes do we have for this stream? We have 184 likes. What is the target? The target likes for this stream is 200. So we are super close, guys. We just need 16 more likes. So please do like the stream. If you have just joined the stream, please do like it so that we can reach our target of 200 likes before the stream ends. Sri Chaitanya is saying, sir, why did you multiply x minus 1 whole square and x minus 2 whole square, bring them to a numerator? Even if in the denominator it is the same. Yeah, you can keep them in the denominator, that is fine. But when I'm explaining, it is much easier for me to say that, okay, the product of three expressions is positive or negative. It is odd for me to say, okay, if x lies between, say, minus 7 and 2, numerator is positive but denominator is negative. So it is just uncomfortable for me to say it. That's the reason I just said I'm going to multiply everything with the square. Okay guys, last 45 seconds, try to solve it. If you want me to take a quant rush in the middle, do let me know. After solving, say, one or two more questions, I can take a quant rush. Also tell me if you want me to take a contrast, which topic you want me to take it in. Okay, so many people have gotten this correct. Let us see. Okay. Here we are told that alpha and beta are roots of the equation x square plus px plus 3 by 4 is equal to 0, such that modulus of alpha minus beta is square root of 10, then p belongs to the set. To solve this question, again I will discuss the sum of the roots of a quadratic equation and the product of the roots of a quadratic equation. For any quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, if you assume that the two roots are alpha and beta, what is the sum of roots? The sum of the roots is minus b by a. And what is the product of the roots? The product of roots is c by a. So for us, the quadratic equation that is given is x square plus px plus 3p by 4. And we are told that the two roots of this quadratic equation are alpha and beta. So we know alpha plus beta is equal to minus p. And the product alpha into beta is equal to 3p by 4. What are we given? We are given the difference of the roots. We are given that modulus of alpha minus beta is equal to square root of 10. We are not given the sum of the roots or the product of the roots. We are given the difference of the roots. We are told that the difference of the roots is square root of 10. But we can combine difference of the roots and sum of the roots. How can we do that? We know that alpha minus beta whole square is alpha square plus beta square minus 2 alpha beta. Similarly, alpha plus beta whole square is alpha square plus beta square plus 2 alpha beta. So what we basically have is alpha minus beta whole square is alpha plus beta whole square minus 4 times alpha beta. This is true for all alpha and beta. Alpha minus beta whole square is alpha plus beta whole square minus 4 times alpha beta. Alpha minus beta is square root of 10, modulus of this. So alpha minus beta whole square will be 10. Alpha plus beta is minus p. So alpha plus beta whole square is p square. Minus 4 times alpha beta. Alpha beta is 3p by 4. 4 times this is 3p. So this is minus 3p. So the quadratic equation we have is p square minus 3p minus 10 is equal to 0, which is p square minus 5p plus 2p minus 10 is equal to 0. This is p minus 5 into p plus 2 is equal to 0. So the value of p is either equal to 5 or the value of p is equal to minus 2. So the two values of p which satisfy this given equation is minus 2 and 5. So the correct answer is option C. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct before going to the next question. Many people got it correct. Vinod, Shoaib, Tejeshwar, Shubhang, Jigyashu, Pallavi, Ritupanwar, Shravani, Mallampati, Vedavardhan Guru, Nagesh, Sri Chaitanya, Harsh, Sanjeev, Sai Prashant, Avinash, Isha, Parth, Shyam, Khushi, Abhinandan, Sai Dinesh, Simarjit, Paras, Bhuvanesh, Uday Raj, Satvik, and Chandan. Well done, guys. Let us look at the next one. This I think is a slightly lengthy one, but not a very difficult one. Okay, this is getting ugly. Okay. Okay, some people wanted arithmetic contrast. Yeah, we'll do that, man. I think after the 13th question, we'll do the arithmetic contrast for around 5-10 minutes. Okay, we achieved the target. Well done. To all of you, I'm going to give a star. 200 likes achieved. Well done, guys. Find the sum of all the possible values. Yeah, this is an interesting question. Try to solve it. Last 45 seconds. Try to solve it. Last 20 seconds. Okay, many people got this correct. Let us see. Let us try to solve it. Find the sum of all the possible real values of x for which 2 minus square root of 3 to the power x square minus 2x minus 2 plus 2 plus square root of 3 to the power x square minus 2x minus 2 is equal to 4. Now, the important thing that you need to know to solve this question is realizing that 2 minus root 3 is equal to 1 by 2 plus root 3. I think identifying this is very important to solve this kind of a question, because if you multiply both of them, 2 plus root 3 into 2 minus root 3 is equal to 1. This is 2 square minus square root of 3 whole square. So both of them is equal to 1. So if you assume that 2 plus square root of 3 to the power x square minus 2x minus 2, if say this you are calling as p, then 2 minus square root of 3 to the power x square minus 2x minus 2 is equal to 1 by p. So the equation that we have is p plus 1 by p is equal to 4. This is given to us. So p square minus 4p plus 1 is equal to 0. So the value of p is 4 plus or minus square root of 4 square is 16 minus 4 by 2. This is 4 plus or minus square root of 12 by 2, which is 2 plus square root of 3 or 2 minus square root of 3. That is the value of p. But what is p? P is 2 plus square root of 3 to the power x square minus 2x minus 2. This would imply that there are two cases. Either x square minus 2x minus 2 is equal to 1, in which case 2 plus square root of 3 to the power this is equal to 2 plus square root of 3, or the second case is x square minus 2x minus 2 is equal to minus 1. Because again remember, 2 plus square root of 3 to the power an exponent is equal to 1 divided by 2 plus square root of 3. So the exponent value will be equal to either minus 1 or it will be equal to 1. So in this case it is x square minus 2x minus 3 is equal to 0. This is x minus 3 into x plus 1 is equal to 0. So the two values of x are 3 and minus 1. In this case that will be x square minus 2x minus 1 is equal to 0. So x is equal to 2 plus or minus square root of 2 square is 4 plus 4 by 2, which is equal to 1 plus square root of 2 or 1 minus square root of 2. So there are a total of 4 values of x for which that equation is satisfied, and the sum of all of those values will be 3 plus minus 1, which is 2, plus the sum of these two is 1 plus square root of 2 and 1 minus square root of 2 again is 2. So the total sum is equal to 4. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct before going to the next question, guys. Jigyashu, Vinod, Sai Prashant, Avinash Thakur, Tejeshwar, Sai Dinesh, Simarjit Kaur. I think this was a tough question, so not a lot of people got it correct. That is fine. Let us try to solve the next question. Okay. This also I would say is a slightly tough question. I included it because I felt it has some conceptual value. So even if you don't get it correct, it's okay. You can understand the concept after I teach the explanation. More than 150 people are watching the stream, and this is very well. I think this is very good. People are putting in a lot of effort for CAT. Shubhang is saying, sir, can directly say that the power of the expression has to be 1 or minus 1. Otherwise, any higher power will not remove the irrational part. I don't think that is true. I think if you put the power as say 2, also the irrational part will be removed, because 2 plus square root of 3 whole square and 2 minus square root of 3 whole square will be a rational number. It won't be equal to 4. I think it will be equal to 14, because that will be 7 minus 2 root 3 and 7 plus 2 root 3. So I don't think you can say that, Shubhang. Think about it. That is not the case. You can put many numbers. I think in many of the cases, the irrational part will get cancelled. Okay, guys, last 20 seconds. Okay. Guys, the time is up. Let f of x be equal to x square plus px plus q, where p and q belong to real numbers. Suppose that for every real value of k, the equation f of x is equal to kx has real solutions. Then which of the following must be true? So if you're looking at the equation f of x is equal to kx, how does that look? X square plus px plus q is equal to kx. Or if you're bringing kx to the other side, this is x square plus p minus k into x plus q is equal to 0. What we are told is that for every value of k, this equation has real roots. When does a quadratic equation, which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, when does this have real roots? To calculate whether a quadratic equation has real roots or not, we need to calculate the discriminant. If you are calling the discriminant as d, d is equal to b square minus 4ac. If d is greater than 0, d is greater than 0, it will have two real roots. if d is less than 0, it will have no real roots. If d is equal to 0, it will have one real root. It will have two roots, but both the roots will be equal to each other. So here we want this equation to have two real roots. So we want this to be the case, and we want that to be the case for all values of k. What is the discriminant of this equation? It is p minus k whole square minus 4 times q. We want this to be greater than 0 for all values of k, or we want 4q to be less than p minus k whole square. Now, the right hand side, it is minimized when the value of k is equal to p. And we are saying that this has to be the case for all real values of k. So if you are keeping the value of k to be equal to p, we want 4q to be less than or equal to 0. We are looking for real roots. So it can be either this one or this one. The discriminant has to be either 0 or greater than 0. So we want q to be less than or equal to 0. Therefore, the answer for this question is option A. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this correct. They are Vinod, Jigyanshu, Pallavi, Tejeshwar, Shoaib, Siddharth, Sri Chaitanya, Vanshika, Kaushal, Bhuvanesh, Hariharan, Avinash, and Ritu Panwar. All the questions that were there in today's session, you can download the PDF. The PDF is given in the description of this video. In the description, you can download the PDF. You will get all the questions that we are discussing in today's stream. Okay, guys, let us go to the next question. We have 218 likes. Very well done. The timer is there. We have 2.5 minutes for this.
Okay, guys, so I'll be continuing with inequalities, and we'll be solving a lot of questions on inequalities and progressions in series. Okay, fine. Okay. So good evening, everyone. Good evening, guys. Good to see a lot of people are watching, and we are very close to like hitting the 275 likes. So if anybody who has not liked the stream yet, please like the stream. It helps us reach more students. It motivates us to do more of these streams. So if you think this stream was useful for you, helpful for you, please like the stream. Okay. So this is a question, very simple question. So let's get started. I'll give you 1.5 minutes for it. I think the timer is already on. Try to solve this one. Come on. Hello. I think many of you have already gotten the answer. Shubhang, Prem, Paras, Shravani, and many of you are already getting the answer. The guys who have not gotten the answer, try. There's still 1 minute. Try to solve this on your own. Easy one? Okay, Jigyan. Jigyanshu, sorry. Anyone who hasn't attempted or finished it yet, do it now. I want everyone to solve it. This is an easy one. Everyone can solve it. So I see 128 people on the stream. All of you can solve this one. Okay, so the time is up. Most of you have gotten the answer. So Indrajit and Pallavi, Nitin, Dinesh, Jigyanshu, and Ekta, Vedvardhan, Avinash, Vanshika. I think most of you got this. I think this is one of the basic things of like modulus. How do you actually remove the modulus? Once you realize that, okay, I can remove the modulus in this way, it becomes very easy to answer. The idea should always be whenever you have questions like this, right? Find the minimum value, find the value of anything, and whenever things are there inside the modulus, the first thing you have to do is remove the modulus. But the issue with the modulus is that at certain values, the value inside the modulus becomes positive. At certain values, it becomes negative. So we have to find those inflection points. And at those inflection points, we have to figure out what is the value. So over here, if you look at this question, the minimum value of f of x, here modulus of 3 minus x is given, 2 plus x is given, and 5 minus x is given. So what are the points of interest for us? The points of interest for us are on the number line where the values inside the modulus become negative. So where does the 3 minus x value become negative? So it is positive as long as x is less than 3. The minute x becomes more than 3, this will become negative. So x equal to 3 is a point of interest for us. Second is 2 plus x. When is this positive? This is positive as long as x is greater than minus 2. The minute x is less than minus 2, it becomes negative. So x equal to minus 2 becomes a point of interest to us. 5 minus x is positive as long as x is less than 5. The minute it is greater than 5, it becomes negative. So x equal to 5 is also a point of interest for us. So if you look at the number line, we can consider the number line of x values divided into 4 parts. The part which is x is less than equal to minus 2, the part between minus 2 and 3, and the part between 3 and 5, and the part greater than 5. Okay, these are the 4 parts which are points of interest for us. What happens to the value of this function when x is less than minus 2? Consider the first case, okay, when x is less than or equal to minus 2. In this scenario, I put the value that if x is less than or equal to minus 2, what happens to the values inside the modulus? So in this case, f of x will be equal to how much? Here, if x is less than minus 2, 3 minus x, because x is negative, this will be a positive value. So I can write this as 3 minus x directly. Since 3 minus x is positive, I can just directly remove the modulus. The second is 2 plus x. Now 2 plus x will be negative. Why? Because x is less than minus 2. So when I put the modulus on it, I'm essentially multiplying the value inside it by minus 1. So if I remove the modulus, I have to multiply this value 2 plus x by minus 1. So this is minus x minus 2. 5 minus x again is positive because x is negative. This is actually adding to 5. It will be some value above 5. So here I can directly just remove the modulus sign and say this is 5 minus x. So how much is this? This is 8 minus 2. So this is 6 minus 3x. So 6 minus 3x, what would be the minimum value over here? So 6 minus 3x, if I map it out, the least value would be when x is equal to minus 2, in which case the least value when x is equal to minus 2 would be 6 minus 3 into minus 2. So this is 6 plus 6, it will be 12. So the least value here would be 12, and it will keep on increasing as x becomes negative, because more the value of x is negative, more of it is added to 6. So the least value when it comes to x less than minus 2 is when x is at minus 2, and that least value is 12. So this is the first region that we are looking. Now consider in the second region when x is between minus 2 and 3. So let us look at that region when x is between minus 2, here, and x is equal to 3. In this particular region, which parts will be negative, which parts will be positive? Over here when x is between minus 2 and 3, this is positive because it is still less than 3. This part is positive because x is greater than minus 2, and this part is also positive. So everything essentially is positive. So all 3 moduli, whatever is inside the modulus is positive. So I can directly remove all 3 moduli. I can say in that case that f of x is 3 minus x plus 2 plus x plus 5 minus x. Here this x and x cancels. I get 10 minus x. This is the value. So 10 minus x, when x is equal to minus 2, this value is 12. So over here in this range also it is 12. When x is equal to 3, what is this value? When x is equal to 3, it will be equal to f of 3 will be equal to 10 minus 3, that is 7. So this is a line, 10 minus x will be a line which goes straight from 12 to 7 over here. This will be the line. Now consider in the third region we have, which is between 3 to 5. What would be the values for f of x in that region? Let's consider when x is between 3 and 5. So if x is between 3 and 5, which modulus will be positive, which modulus will be negative? If it is between 3 and 5, if x is greater than 3, this modulus 3 minus x becomes negative. This is positive, this is positive. So because this modulus becomes negative, we have to multiply 3 minus x into minus 1. So we get x minus 3 as the value. So I can write in that case, when I remove the moduli, I can say that if I'm removing this modulus, because this is negative value, I have to write it instead of 3 minus x, I have to write it as 3 minus x into minus 1, which is essentially x minus 3. The other two values are positive. When x is greater than 3, both of these values are positive. As long as x is less than 5, both of these values are positive. So I can just directly remove the modulus. So I'll write this as 2 plus x plus 5 minus x. This x and x cancels. I get this is equal to, this is plus 7. So this is x plus 4. X plus 4. When x is equal to 3, x plus 4 is 7. So continuous. When x is equal to 5, what would the value be? X plus 4 will be equal to 9. So it will be a single line like this from 7 to 9. Now consider what is f of x in the last region when x is greater than 5. Last region is when x is greater than 5. The values will be, if x is greater than 5, this is negative. 3 minus x when x is greater than 5 is negative. This is positive, this is negative because 5 minus x when x is greater than 5 is also negative. So these two I have to multiply by minus 1. This I have to keep as is. So 5 f of x becomes how much? This becomes 3 minus x into minus 1 is x minus 3. 2 plus x remains as it is, so x plus 2. And 5 minus x into minus 1 becomes x minus 5. So I have 1, 2, 3, 3x over here. Minus 8 plus 2 is minus 6. When x is equal to 5, it is 15 minus 6, that is 9. So continuous. But after that, after x equal to 5, it will just keep on increasing with the value of x. So I get a graph like this. One line, one line, one line, one line. So here, what is the least value of this graph? The least value of this graph is over here, which is 7 when x is equal to 3. Now, do I have to draw this graph every time when I have to calculate the minimum value? Should I draw the graph? You don't need to draw the graph. What you have to remember is that the minimum value, whenever an equation like this is given, the minimum value always occurs at the inflection points. So all you have to do really is to check what is f of x at x equal to, here the inflection point is 3. At x equal to 3, what is the value of x? At x equal to minus 2, what is the value of x? And at x equal to 5, what is the value of x? The lowest among these three is the minimum value. Very simple, because the minimum of all such graphs occurs at the inflection points. It will not occur at any other point other than the inflection points. This point, and this point are the three candidate points among which we have to choose where the lowest value occurs. Okay? Very simple thing. I hope all of you guys know how to remove modulus, how to find the minimum value anytime is given. Trick se bhi ho gaya. When the value becomes 0, CP will be minus 2. Put these values, yes. So one middle one will be the answer. So always remember, whenever you have to find the lowest value will always be at the inflection points. So here you have 3 inflection points. Just check for them. That's all you need. I wanted to show you how to solve when you have to actually draw it out. How do you draw it out? But for the sake of solving it in an exam, just check the inflection points, that's it. No need to check anything else, okay? What if there is a negative sign between the modulus expression? This works since this is a standard expression. Irrespective of what, there's a negative sign here, 3 minus x. Oh, that way. See, as long as the graph is continuous, it will still be at the inflection points only. Because if you see, right, in each of these cases, what is the case? That irrespective of what happens, you get a linear equation, okay? As long as you are getting a linear equation, for each of these areas, you're going to get a line, okay? Here there is one line, here there's another line, here there's another line, here's there another line. Why? Because the highest power of x in this entire equation, whenever I open it out, is going to be 1. So it's always going to be linear equation. So as long as it is a linear equation, you're going to get line, 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 line. Where will be the minimum value of these lines? It will be a line will continue in one direction. So if there is a minimum value, it will be at the point where it changes direction. So where will it change direction? The point of inflection. That is the only place it will change direction. That is the only place either you will get a minima or maxima. Okay, always remember, irrespective of whether it is plus here, minus here, doesn't matter. The inflection point is the only one that you check. Okay, so let's go to the next question. I'll give you the same idea, open it up, try to figure out where the values are and try to answer the question. Here there's an additional concept of logarithms, but you don't need to worry about that. All you need to know is that if you have log of a to the base b is equal to c, then b is equal to a raised to c. This is a simple thing that you have to do, whether even if it's an inequality, it doesn't matter. If it is instead of equal to, if it is less than equal to, you will have this less than equal to over here. Okay, simple thing. Come on, guys. I want every one of you to solve. It's a simple question. Akshat is asking, I have difficulties making cases. Do you have videos specifically for inequalities with mods? I think, see, I'll try to cover that, how to open up the inequalities with mods. It is just you have to be patient and you have to be meticulous. Every mod, you have to basically open it up. We'll cover some of it over here. We have a video maybe in the playlist. I'll ask them if there is a video specifically for that, and I'll try to put the in the description box or in the chat box over here. But we have, if you are our premium subscriber, there is definitely a video in the premium course where we have inequalities with mods. There's basic inequalities, and inequalities with mods is a separate concept video. So see that concept video. In case you're just a free user, I'll try to explain the concept whenever I'm solving. Okay. If there is a degree 2 polynomial instead of linear, then you have to be careful. Because what happens with degree 2 polynomial is that the degree 2 polynomial can curve like this. So because of that, it won't necessarily work for a degree 2 polynomial. Because in polynomials like that, there are curves. So it need not occur, the minima need not occur at the point of inflection. But when you have a line, right, it will only change direction at the point of inflection. So when it's linear, for sure, you can close your eyes and look at only at the points of inflection. I would say, Yogi, you need a work experience, you need salaries, slips, you need a work experience letter if you can get, but salary slips should be enough. Also make sure that you are in the Provident Fund, you are enrolled to the Provident Fund, because some of the MBA institutes are actually checking for PF, like whether the PF has been deposited or not, as a way of verifying work experience. Okay, many of you have been able to solve this. So 29, a lot of you have gotten the answer, very well done. In case some of you have not been able to solve it, it's fine, okay? I think it's just marginally more tougher than the last one, but not much tougher. So we learn how to do it. What is the sum of the integer values of x which satisfy the following inequalities? So one inequality is given and another inequality is with log. Okay, so log inequality. I'll first look at the log inequality because I want to remove the log, because log, you can't directly use that, right? So my first instinct is that I have to remove the log. So how do I remove the log? So essentially what it is being said is that this modulus base 2 is less than or equal to 8. So if I take the antilog of it, okay, I can say that modulus of x minus 2 will be less than or equal to 2 raised to 3. What is 2 raised to 3? 2 cube is 8. So modulus of x minus 2 is less than or equal to 8. Whenever you have modulus is less than some value, you can directly write that. I'll remove the modulus. I can say that x minus 2 is between 8 and minus 8. Why? Because the modulus is between these ranges. So it is between minus 8 and 8. It is essentially saying that it is in this minus 8 to plus 8 range. So I'll add this minus 2 to both sides. So I'll get that x is between 6 to 10. So I get that x is between the range of 6 to 10. This is the first from this equation. This equation I have essentially simplified. And what do I get? I get a range for x which is between minus 6 to 10. Okay. This is the first equation. Now I come to the second one, which has modulus and sum of moduli. Whenever I have modulus or sum of moduli, what do? We basically say that we want to remove the modulus. Over here, there are 2 points that we have to take care of. When this becomes negative, when this becomes negative. When does the first modulus become negative? If this is 0, the first modulus will become negative when x is less than 5 by 2, that is 2.5. So 1 point of interest to us is 5 by 2. Anything less than 5 by 2, this is negative. The second one is x plus 3. When does this become negative? When x is less than minus 3. So how many ranges do I need to consider? This is the first range when x is less than equal to minus 3. The second range is between minus 3 to 5 by 2. And the third range that I have to consider when x is greater than 5 by 2. These 3 ranges I have to consider. Now consider the first range, okay, when x is less than minus 3. So when x is less than minus 3, what do I have? When x is less than minus 3, the first one will be negative because whenever this is less than 5 by 2, it is negative. So when it is negative, I have to essentially multiply it by minus 1. When I multiply it by minus 1, in case region 1, I get 5 minus 2x. And this again is also negative. So this is minus x minus 3. This is greater than 15. So what value do I get over here? This is 2 minus 3x is greater than 15. So I get essentially 3x is less than minus 13. If 3x is less than minus 13, or I can say x is less than minus 13 by 3, or I can write this as x is less than minus 4 1/3. Okay. We are asked for the integer values in this range, not like fractions and all. So if x is less than minus 4 1/3, what values can I consider? Should I consider till minus infinity? No, because we have a clear range over here. X can only go up to minus 6 and it is less than or equal to. So in this range below minus 3, I can only consider, can I consider minus 4? No. X is less than minus 4 1/3. So it is actually less than minus 4. So I can only consider 2 values over here. Minus 4 is not there. Minus 5 is okay and minus 6 is okay. So in this particular range, when the first range is considered, when x is less than minus 3, how many values do I get? I get 2 values. X can be minus 5 or minus 6. These 2 values I get. Curly braces, not this round braces. Curly braces, x can either be minus 5 or minus 6. This is for one range. Consider the second range from minus 3 to 5 by 2. How many values do I get? I'll put that value somewhere so that I can remember. Minus 5 is there. Minus 6 is there. Between minus 3 to 5 by 2, what would be which modulus is positive, which modulus is negative? Between minus 3 to 5 by 2, this still remains negative, but this becomes positive. So if the first one is negative, I can multiply it by minus 1. I'll get 5 minus 2x but the second one is positive, so I keep it as it is. X plus 3 is greater than 15. I get 8 minus x is greater than 15. I can write this as x is less than minus 7. X is less than minus 7 doesn't make any sense because we are considering this range to this range. How can x be less than minus 7? It has to be like, there has to be some sensible value, right? This would be a contradiction if it is in minus 3 to 5 by 2 range. It cannot be less than minus 7, which means that I do not get any viable value in this range. This range gives me 0 viable values. The third range is when x is greater than 5 by 2. Now let us consider when x is greater than 5 by 2, what values do I get? If x is greater than 5 by 2, both of these values are inside the modulus are positive. So I can just remove the modulus. So if I just remove the modulus, I get 2x minus 5 plus x plus 3. This is greater than 15. So I get 3x minus 2 is greater than 15, or rather 3x is greater than 17. X is greater than 5 2 by 3. So x is more than 5 2 by 3. But can I just add up to like infinity? No, because it is the other range that I have to consider is that it is less than or equal to 10. If it is less than or equal to 10 but greater than 5 2 by 3, which values are in this range? There is after 5 2 by 3, there is 6, there is 7, there is 8, there is 9, and last final value is 10. So how many values do I get? From the first range, I get minus 5, minus 6. From the last range, I get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are asked what is the sum of integer values. So I have to take the sum of minus 5, minus 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This minus 6 and 6 cancel each other. 7, 8, 9, 10 is 34. 34 minus 5 is 29. Simple question. Anybody who didn't understand or was not able to solve? A pretty simple question, right? We consider range by range. We consider one equation gave us one range of values that x can take. Then we just consider line, like the different areas of the x that it can take. Consider case by case, range by range. You will get set of values which are acceptable. Whenever you get a set of values that are acceptable, write it down. In the end, sum them up, you will get the final answer. Okay? Okay, guys, one small request. I see a lot of people on the stream, but very few people are liking the stream. So guys, please like the stream. It will help us reach more students. It will motivate us to have more of these sessions. So please like the stream. Okay. Do we need relieving letter in case we left the job? A relieving letter would be good if you have it. In case you don't have it also, as long as you are able to have like a salary slip, that's enough. But you need, at the time of joining, you need like a relieving letter. For interviews, you might not need it. Okay, so let's go. Ma'am, if we perform anti-log with the inequality stay as it is irrespective of base of log, yes. The only thing you have to remember is that when you take anti-log, okay, this part, this portion has to be positive. Because they have put modulus, we don't have to worry. But in case they had not put modulus, there was some polynomial equation. That polynomial equation, by definition of log, has to be positive. Okay, it is not defined for negative values. Okay, okay. So let's go, guys. Let's go to the next one. I'm giving you, this is slightly harder than the first one, but not much harder. I would say, Shreyansh, you are having a fairly good profile, but I don't want to get sidetracked and answer a lot of profile-based questions. I'll just say for a lot of people have these profile-based questions, but the answer changes quite a bit, whether you're engineer, non-engineer, it makes a huge difference to all of this. So we have made a call predictor where essentially we have like encoded it, that if this is your 10th score, this is your 12th score, this is the likely percentile that you need to get a particular call. So go to our call predictor. We'll try to put the link in the chat box. And from there, you can basically put in your specific values and get the range of percentiles you require for the top institutes. I think you have a fairly good chance, a very good profile, but you have to work hard to get the right percentile. Come on, guys. I want all of you to try to solve this one. Guys, inequalities is not hard, but it requires a calm mind and patience. You have to be meticulous, open every single modulus carefully, consider every single case like separately. You will get the answer. Don't try to rush through it, and you will make a mistake if you rush through it. But if you are patient, if you are meticulous, you will get to the answer. Okay, so the guys who have already given the answer, I'll give a challenge question. What is the area enclosed by this figure? That is not asked in this question, but as a challenge, can you tell me what is the area enclosed by the figure, by the curve, like the lines or the curves of this figure? That's a challenge question for all those who are who have already done. What is the area enclosed by the figure? Okay, most of you have been able to do it, and like very well done, Shubhang, Vanshika, Pallavi, Shreyas, Tejeshwar, Ritu, Raghav, Sham, Harsh, Paras, Siddharth, Adi Varma, and many of you got the area also. Some of you have not been able to get it, but most of you got the concept. So let's see how to solve this one. So we are given x plus y plus x minus y is less than or equal to 16. Find the least positive value of x that does not satisfy the equation for the value of y. So whenever we have equations like this, we have to consider 4 cases. We have sum of 2 modulus. So what is the 2 modulus that we have to consider? The first case that you have to consider is when this is positive, this is negative. The second case is when this is negative, this is positive. The third case is when both are positive, and last is when both are negative. Those are the 4 scenarios you have to draw out. As long as you draw them out, you will get the correct answer. So let's consider case by case. What do we get? So let's see how to actually visualize this. If I say that x plus y is positive and x minus y is also say positive, in our 2D x and y axis, what would this be? What would this chart look like? Firstly, what is x minus y line? X minus y equal to 0 is this line over here going through the origin. This is x minus y equal to 0. What is x plus y equal to 0? That is this line like this. X plus y equal to 0 is the, sorry. This is x plus y equal to 0, where x is equal to minus y. So both of these lines are there. So how do I tell which area is which quadrant, which, if I'm talking about this, which area does it refer to? So if I'm talking about this particular thing, when both of these values are positive, what I generally do is I consider points. So consider point like say 0, 2, 2, 0, 0, minus 2, and this is minus 2, 0. Okay, these are the 4 points that I'll consider. Where among these 4 points do you have x plus y greater than 0 and x minus y also greater than 0? X plus y greater than 0 is true for these two. Okay, x plus y is greater than 0 for both of them. But x minus y greater than 0 is only true for this. So this area is when both are positive. X plus y greater than 0. But x minus y less than 0. Which area do we have? X plus y greater than 0, I told you, is this area plus this area. This is when both are positive. But if the second part, x minus y, is negative, which area would it be? It would be this top triangle. Why? Because here y is greater than x. X plus y is 2. X minus y is minus 2. So this is plus and minus part. The third scenario, when x plus y is less than 0 and x minus y is greater than 0. Where do we have this? Now these are both areas where x plus y is less than 0. But x minus y greater than 0 is true over here. 0 minus 2, 0 minus minus of 2 is positive 2. So here we have, this is negative positive case. This bottom triangle that we have over here. And the last scenario is when both are negative. Where do we have this scenario? Over here, x plus y is minus 2, x minus y is also minus 2. So this is when both are negative. Only thing that you have to do whenever modulus is given is consider split the cases, draw out the cases, consider separate cases. So I have the 4 cases that we have to consider. So now that I have the 4 cases, let me remove the modulus for each case. If both are positive, I can directly remove the modulus. If I directly remove the modulus, what do I get? X plus y plus x minus y is less than 16. Here y cancels, I get 2x is less than 16 or x is less than or equal to 8. So in this triangle over here, I get the limiting condition that x is less than or equal to 8. So I get a vertical line at x equal to 8. So I get this area over here. Okay. Consider the second region. X plus y is positive, x minus y is less than 0. X plus y is positive, x minus y is less than 0, I said is the top part. When I solve this, in this I can directly remove the modulus. X plus y will remain as it is because it is positive. Since this is negative, I have to multiply it with minus 1. So x minus y into minus 1 is y minus x. This is less than or equal to 16. X cancel, I get 2y is less than 16 or y is less than or equal to 8. Y equal to 8 is a line which is parallel to the x-axis. This is y equal to 8. Okay. Y equal to 8 is like this. So y less than or equal to 8 is the area over here. Third area, when this is positive, x plus y is less than 0, x minus y is greater than 0. This bottom triangle over here. So first one is less than 0. So I have to multiply it by minus 1. So I get this is minus x minus y. The second part is positive, so I can keep it as it is. X minus y is less than or equal to 16. X cancels. I get minus 2y is less than or equal to 16. Or I can say that y is greater than or equal to minus 8. Y is equal to minus 8 is a line which is parallel to the x-axis like this. This is y is equal to minus 8. Y is greater than or equal to minus 8 is basically this area over here. And finally, x plus y both are negative. Both I multiply with minus 1. I'll get minus x minus y. And this is plus minus x plus y. This is equal to less than or equal to 16. So y cancels. I get minus 2x is less than or equal to 16. Or x is greater than or equal to minus 8. This is a vertical line over here. This is x is equal to minus 8. This is the area that we have. So what do we get essentially? The area enclosed by this particular lines is a square. It goes from y is equal to plus 8 to y is equal to minus 8 and x is equal to minus 8 to x is equal to 8. It is essentially a square enclosed by these parts. So we are asked, what is the least positive integer value of x that does not satisfy the equation? See, the parts of x which are outside of this is when x is greater than 8 and when x is less than minus 8. But because we are asked for a positive integral value, we have to look at the positive x-axis. The last integral value which satisfies the equation is when x is equal to 8. So x equal to 9 will be the first integral value which lies outside of this box. So the answer is x equal to 9 is the first least positive integer value that does not satisfy this equation for any value of y. There are some values of x where, like if I consider over here, this point, okay, x is equal to 6. For some value of y, it will not satisfy. But for any value of y, it not satisfying is when it is outside the box, and that is when x is equal to 9. Now, I had also asked this follow-up question that what is the area enclosed? What would be the area enclosed? The width of the square is minus 8 to 8, so that is 16. The height is plus 8 to minus 8, again 16. So 16 into 16, that would be 256 would be the area of the figure enclosed. Okay. So simple question. Ma'am, okay. Ma'am, I'm confused. If the base of the log is minus 1, then inequality stays the same after antilog. If it is greater, if it is minus 1, then you will have that, would it remain the same? I don't think so. I think in that case, we will have that, we'll have to then flip this, because then you will have to actually flip the inequality sign, because then it is negative value. So in that case, it will be flipped. We will get a region with the side of 16 that gives us an area of 256. Somehow divided 16 by 2 as 4. No worries. Can you write generalized form of equation as well for shortcut? I will say that don't try shortcuts. See, in general, what I say is that consider case by case. There are 2 modulus, you get 4 cases. There are 3 modulus, you get 2 raised to 3, 8 cases. Write down all of the cases. You need not draw it out also. But make sure that you write the equations for each of those cases. Because if you make the cases, you will not make a mistake. If you try to rush through any shortcut, you might end up making a mistake. Okay, so this is how you solve this particular this. Okay, so I'll give you one more question. This is slightly harder, but not much harder. So we are just basically increasing the difficulty level slightly one bit more with the each question. This is slightly harder, but not much harder. So try to solve this one. Come on, guys, try to solve this one. It's not much harder. The same thing that we did till now. Open up the modulus, consider the cases, try to figure out the regions, and then you'll get the answer. Sri Chaitanya had asked about the value if it was if it was a fraction, if it was less than 1, if the base is less than 1. Suppose if you have log of 2 to the base some value b, okay? If it is given this is greater than or equal to 5, okay, not 2, half. So the way I will actually do it is that I don't want the fraction over there. So I'll consider this as 2 raised to minus 1. If it is 2 raised to minus 1, if I take the power of the base out, okay, I can write this as 2 and I will write this as 1 divided by minus 1, but essentially multiplying by minus 1. So I'll get minus log of b to the base 2 is greater than or equal to 5. If I transfer the negative sign that way, the inequality will flip. So because of that, then you can get the correct answer. So if you have a this is in reference to the earlier question where somebody had asked that if you have a fraction in the base, what do? Basically convert the fraction to some value which take the inverse of the fraction, get the inverse. When you take the inverse, you will get a negative sign. When you remove the negative sign, the inequality will flip over and over here you will get the negative sign. Okay, so if you do that, then you proceed as usual. Come on, guys, try to solve this one. Anybody who is in the process of solving, I'll give 10 more seconds because I was explaining in the middle. Just take 10 more seconds, try to solve this one. Okay, so let's try to see this one. Solve for x if, now it is modulus and modulus. We have nested modulus. So what do? Nested modulus is pain. Till now we had sum of 2 modulus or something like that, but here we have nested modulus. The only thing that you have to do with nested modulus is basically you have to remove the modulus in succession. Remove the outer modulus first, then you remove the inner modulus. So first my idea would be to remove the outer modulus. The whole modulus is less than 3. So if I say the whole modulus is less than 3, I can say that this is between 3 and minus 3 and 3. So I can say that modulus of x minus 1 plus x minus 2 is between this range. I'll take the minus 2 this side. So when I take, I'll basically add 2 to the whole equation. If I add 2 to the whole equation, I get this part is minus 1, modulus of x minus 1 plus x, this minus 2 plus 2 becomes 0, and this is 5. Again, I have a modulus sign. I have something x inside modulus, I have x outside modulus. Now I have to basically remove this modulus. Now I can't directly consider the range part, the quick shortcut where I had minus 1 to 3. Why? Because here, firstly, the 2 parts are not symmetric. and I have an x outside of the modulus. So what do? I have to now do the range-wise part. I have to draw the number line. I have to consider the point of inflection. What is the point of inflection for this modulus? The point of inflection is when x is equal to 1. So let us consider the two cases. We have to consider when x is less than 1 and x is greater than 1. So first scenario, x is less than 1. When x is less than 1, the part inside the modulus is negative. So we have to multiply it with -1. So we will get minus x. This is 1 minus x plus x is less than 5. So we have this part, x cancels. We get -1, 1 and 5. Does this make sense? There is no x only over here. How do I make any sense of it? So we see that even though x is not there, this is always true. 1 is between -1 and 5, right? So means that no matter what the value of x is, as long as x is less than 1, this equation is satisfied because the value that we get is between -1 and 5. So for all values less than 1, that is from -infinity to 1, all the values x is acceptable. It is an acceptable value for us for all values where x is less than 1. Now consider when x is greater than 1. When x is greater than 1, let's see what values are acceptable. The second scenario, x is greater than 1. Now when x is greater than 1, I can directly remove the modulus because this part is positive. So I'll get that x minus 1 plus x is between -1 and 5. So we have, this is -1, x, 2x minus 1 is between this range. I'll add 1 throughout, so I'll get, this is 0, this part goes away, this is 6. So I get that 2x is between 0 to 6. Or if I divide by 2, I get it is between 0 to 3. So as long as x is greater than 1, the acceptable range is from 0 to 3. So for this part, till where is it acceptable? Till 3 it is acceptable. This part is okay. From 3 onwards, it is no longer acceptable. It is beyond the range. So I get that this part is acceptable. Between -1 to 1 is acceptable. And between 1 to 3 is also acceptable. And over here, if I see, at x equal to 1 is also okay, because essentially for all of these values, it is satisfying the given equation. At x equal to 1 also, if I put, even if I consider both cases, at one point when x is equal to 1 also, it is satisfying the given equation. So I see that from -infinity to 1 and from 1 to 3, values are acceptable. If I stitch together both of those ranges, what do I get? I get -infinity to 3. So the correct option to put is option C. This basically stitches two regions together from -infinity to 1 and 1 to 3. Both of these regions are there. If I combine them, I can directly write this as -infinity to 3. Okay? Simple question, not very difficult. Essentially, nested modulus looks scary, but it is pretty simple. Just remove the modulus in succession. Remove the outer modulus first, make the inequality. Then after some time, remove the inner modulus. There is nothing difficult about it. Okay. So let's go to the next question, guys. This is slightly more difficult because I'm asking you for the region enclosed. So every time we are slightly increasing difficulty level, this is exactly CAT level. You can expect this to be there in CAT. So try to solve this one. Yeah, Tushar, you can fill the NSEM even if the result is not declared. It's fine. You can fill the form. You just need a provisional certificate from your provisional passing certificate from your university. And before the final admission, you need to get the result before that. But now you can fill the CAT form. You can sit for the exam. All of that is acceptable. You just need a provisional certificate that you will be completing by this date. Thank you, Vivan. Okay, Jigyanshu is there first with one of the answers. I won't tell whether it is correct or not. I want you guys, everyone to attempt it. Come on. This is exact CAT level. This kind of questions will come in CAT. The earlier ones were slightly easier, can come but less likely. This is exactly what you can expect in CAT. Okay, so the time is up. I got 3 answers till now. Are you guys, is anybody else struggling with this in the process of finishing it? Needs like some more time? I'm doing good. Okay. CGPA multiply 9.5 is percentage or SGPA multiply. That depends on your, so you have to basically ask your university what the multiplication factor is, and you have to multiply CGPA, accumulated CGPA, not the semester grade. But what the multiplication factor is, the university has to give you a certificate that this is the multiplication factor. Okay, many of you got the answer, but I think the first to answer it was Jigyanshu, Pallavi, and Harsh, Shreyan, Khushi, Ritu, Harshini, Siddharth. Okay, I don't know which 20 seconds where it is coming from. Okay, yes, ma'am, 1 minute. Okay, guys, no worries. So finish it. It's okay. I'll continue to solve it. You guys continue to get the answer, because I'm anyway to explain this. It is going to take me more than 2 minutes. So let's see how to approach this question first. Find the area of the closed region bounded by the inequalities y minus 2x is less than 7 and y plus 2x is less than 15 and the x-axis. See, whenever you are given area bounded by this, the first thing that you have to do is draw it out. But how do you draw an inequality? So when you're drawing an inequality, you don't draw the inequality, you draw the equality, or rather the line. So I will draw what is y minus 2x equal to 7, and I'll draw what is y plus 2x equal to 15. That is the first thing that you have to do. So let us draw our x-axis, our y-axis. I want to draw y minus 2x is equal to 7. When x is equal to 0, what is y? It is equal to 7. So one of the points on this would be 0, 7. When y is equal to 0, minus 2x is equal to 7, or x is equal to minus 7 by 2 or minus 3.5. So I have the other point over here, that it is minus 3 and minus 7 by 2 divided by minus 7 by 2 and 0. So these are the 2 points of this line. If I join them together, I'll get my first line as such. I still haven't gotten the inequality. This is the line that I have drawn, but we need y minus 2x is less than 0. How do I know which area is the y minus 2x less than 7? See, whenever an inequality is given, we have to look at area. Equality is a line and inequality is an area. So which is the area that we have to consider? Is this the area above the line or the area below the line? A very quick check will reveal to you, does the given inequality include the origin? If I put the origin, y is equal to 0, x is equal to 0, 0 minus 2 times 0 is 0. Is it less than 7? Yes. So which means that our origin is in this particular inequality. So we are looking at the part of the area which is below the line. So this is the area that we are looking for. But it is only till x-axis, so I'll remove all of this, because we are considering bounded by the x-axis also. But we are looking at all the area which is below this. Okay. The second one is y plus 2x is less than 15. Now equality is y plus 2x is equal to 15. Where is one point? When x is equal to 0, y is equal to 15. So one point will be 0, 15. When y is equal to 0, 2x is equal to 15 or x is equal to 7.5. So the second point here is 7.5, 0 or 15 by 2, 0. These are my 2 points. If I connect them, I get the second line, which is y plus 2x is less than 15. Should it be above the line? Should it be below the line? Which is the inequality part? Less. Oh, why did it get this? Okay. Okay, fine. I'll redraw that. Okay. So should I consider this area above the line or should I consider this area below the line? In both cases, I have to now check. Does the area include the origin or not? Origin is 0, 0. So 0 plus 0, is it less than 15? Yes. So I have to consider all the area below this line, including the origin. Now, if it is below this line, so it is the area over here and above the x-axis. If x-axis was not there, it would go below the x-axis also because it is from here and here. It would be unbounded. But they have said the x-axis also. So we are looking at this triangle over here. So we have to basically consider what is the area bounded by this triangle. So area of this triangle, the base of this triangle is what? It is going from minus 7 by 2 to 0 to 15 by 2 to 0. So basically this is the base. To find this area, I need the height of the triangle. What is the height of the triangle? If I find the point of intersection, the y coordinate will be the height of the triangle. So first thing that I want to do is find the intersection of these two lines. Y minus 2x equal to 7 and y plus 2x equal to 15. If I add them up together, what do I get? This I get 2y is equal to 22 or I get y is equal to 11. If y is equal to 11, how much is x in that case? 11 minus 2x is equal to 7. So I get x is equal to 2. So the point of intersection is 2, 11. Now 2, 11 is the point of intersection. Our triangle has the vertices at 2, 11, minus 7 by 2, 0 and 15 by 2, 0. What is the base length? It is from minus 7 by 2 to 15 by 2. If I add them up together, how much is the total length? 15 by 2 minus of minus 7 by 2. So I have to essentially take plus. So how much is this? 22 by 2, which is essentially 11. So the length of the base of the triangle is 11. The height of the triangle is the y coordinate of the point of intersection. It is also 11. So 11 into 11, half area of the triangle is half into base, which is 11, into height, which is also 11. So this is 121 by 2. So this is 60.5. So what is the area of the region bounded by this? It is option A, 60.5 square meters. How did square units? How did we get that? We drew the triangle. We drew one line. We considered the area, whether it is above or below. We drew the other line. We considered whether the area is above or below. X-axis above the x-axis. So that is basically this triangle. Once you have the triangle, get the point of intersection. You have a triangle. You have the vertices of the triangle. Base of the triangle is known, height of the triangle is known. How difficult is it to find the area? Okay, so the answer is option A. Well done, Abhyar. Well done. Okay, Jigyanshu got the points of intersection also. Akshad also got it. Very well done, everyone. A question, if any question is long and took 2 minutes and it's still going on, but we know we can get the solution. Should we give 2 more minutes or should we go to another one? If you are very close to the answer, finish it. Because going from one question to another, when you are very close to the answer doesn't make sense, because unless it is that, okay, another 4 minutes will be required to get to the answer, then leave it. If it is together 6-minute question and you realize this is a 6-minute question, leave it for like later. But if you realize it is just 2 more minutes, 4 minutes, you will be done, give that extra 2 minutes. Always remember, the question whether you should solve a particular question or not, that threshold is of 3 minutes, okay? If it is below 3 minutes, you should solve it. If it is above 3 minutes, you should leave it for a later check. If the additional time required is also less than 3 minutes, continue and finish it off, okay? Okay, so let's go to the next question. Okay, so we are done with inequalities. This is the last question of inequalities. Slightly different question, but a very conceptual question. So let's go. Let's try to see how to solve this one. So this is a question, it is slightly longer. This is the last question of inequalities. After that, we'll go to progressions and series. Then Maruti will come and do logarithms. Abhishek, if it is taking you 5 minutes for a fairly simple question, the issue is not of timing but of practice. You have to practice more questions. The time for arithmetic questions, unless they are super difficult, should be around 2 to 3 minutes. If it is taking you 5 minutes, there will be like out of the 5-6 questions that are there in arithmetic, one question will be painful like that, which will take 5 minutes or 6 minutes. You have to learn to avoid it. But the remaining 5 should be taking you 2-3 minutes only. If every question is taking you 5 minutes, it's a question of practice more than like judgment. So practice a lot, and if you practice a lot also, you'll get that judgment. Okay, here if I solve this particular question, there are some arithmetic questions which end up with quadratic equations, and then solving that quadratic equation takes another 2 minutes. So you will get that judgment after practicing a lot that, okay, this is going to take a lot of time because I will eventually get a quadratic equation, and to solve it, it will take me extra time. So this will be a longish question to answer. You will get it after that. Judgment will come also to practice. Okay, Sham has answered, Pallavi has answered. I won't tell whether the answer is correct or not right now. I want everyone to attempt it. Okay, so time is up and many of you have answered. This was not a difficult question. What did you guys feel? This was easy? It just is a long question, and whenever I see long questions, you automatically start thinking that maybe this is a hard question. But it's actually a very easy question. So let's see how to solve this one. The win ratio is calculated by dividing the number of matches a team has won by the total number of matches it has played. Team India has a win ratio of 0.8 before participating in the T20 World Cup. So win rate is what? Wins divided by the total number of matches. So that is wins plus defeat. This ratio for us is 0.8. Okay. Number of wins divided by wins plus defeats is 0.8. So how can I write this equation? If I cross multiply, I'll get wins is equal to 0.8 wins plus 0.8 defeats. So I'll get 0.2 times wins is equal to 0.8 times defeats. Or rather, I can say that wins are 4 times defeat. The number of matches that we have won 4 out of every 5 matches. Okay, this is something that I can infer, or I can write as defeats is equal to wins by 4. This is the first thing that I can infer from the first lines that are given. During the World Cup, India played 10 matches and suffered only 1 defeat. If the win ratio of India after the World Cup is greater than 0.84, find the sum of all possible values of the number of matches won by India before the start of the World Cup. So here we have to find out the number of matches won by India before the start of the World Cup. So we have to find out all the possible values of W, sum of all possible values of W. So after playing this extra 10 games, what has happened? From extra 10 games, we won 9 games, okay? And we played, so W plus D plus 10. These were the total games that were played, out of which we won 9. This new win ratio is now greater than 0.84. Greater than 0.84. I can write this equation. D I already know as W by 4. So let us write that as W by 4. So I have one variable in numerator, same variable in denominator, and I have an inequality. Can I solve this to figure out what is the value of W? What can be the possible values of W? So if I solve this, this is W plus 9. This is 5W by 4 plus 10. This is greater than 0.84. So let me actually multiply, cross multiply. So this is 0.84 times 5W by 4 plus 8.4. This is what I'll get. This is W by 9 is greater than that. This is 0.21. If I multiply with this is 4.2 W. So W plus 9 is greater than 4.2 W plus 8.4. This is what I will get. So what do I get? I get that, no, have I made a mistake somewhere? 5W by 4 is greater than 0.84. 5W plus 9. No. What have I done? So not 4.2. This is equal to 5 times is 1.05. This is 1.05 W is equal to this. Sorry about that. So how much do I get as W? I'll get this is 0.05 W is less than 9 minus 8.4. So this is 0.6. Okay. So if I 0.05 W is this, so W is less than what? So 0.6 divided by this, so I rather 60 divided by 5. So W is less than 12. The number W, the number of wins that we had before this tournament started is 12. Wins is less than 12. So would it be basically number of wins has to be an integer? So would it be that if W is less than 12, it can take all the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Can W be all of those values? No. Why can it not be all of those values? Well, not only has the value of wins to be an integer, the number of defeats also has to be an integer, which means that D is W by 4, which means that W has to be some number which is a multiple of 4. It has to be a multiple of 4, only then will D also be an integer. If W is equal to 1, we'll have 1/4 of a defeat. Is that possible to have 1/4 of a defeat? No. So we need all the multiples of 4 which are less than 12. What multiples of 4 are less than 12? W equal to 4 is one possibility when D is equal to 1. So we have basically 4 out of 5 matches. W equal to 8 is another possibility in which we have 2 defeats. These are the only 2 cases because we have W is less than 12. After that, W becomes equal to 12, which we cannot accept. So these are the 2 distinct values of W. If I take the sum of these 2 distinct values of W, what do I get? The sum of all possible values of W is equal to 4 plus 8, which is 12. So in this scenario, very simple question, looks like a paragraph, okay, entire paragraph. But the first line gave us one relation between D and W. The second line gave us a range for the acceptable values of W. But all of those values were not acceptable. Why? Because there was an implicit condition that W, the number of wins and the number of defeats, had to be integers. So whenever such questions are given, what should you always be very careful of? Whenever in inequality scenario, whenever a real world context is given, whenever real world situation is given, immediately you have to think that if a real world context is given, there will be implicit conditions. If this was just X and Y, okay, there will be no restriction that X has to be an integer, Y has to be an integer. But because if it is number of wins and number of defeats, both of them have this implicit condition that they have to be integers, which means that even if you get W is less than 12, W can take only few acceptable values. So then there are only 2 acceptable values and then you'll get the answer. Okay, I want you guys to put it in your mind that whenever a real world context is given, be careful, a real world context has hidden implicit conditions. Okay, so can we take the win as 0.8 and match as 1x? Yes, you can do that also, and also from that you will get the answer, same answer. Okay. So with this we'll end inequalities and we'll go on to progressions and series. Progressions and series, I'm sure, is a favorite topic for a lot of people. It's not my favorite topic also, so don't worry. But we'll try to do our best with progressions and series. Especially we'll try to look at those kind of questions that come very often in CAT, which are very logical, which are very conceptual. Generally, they don't ask for direct application. They'll ask for a twisted application of the concept. So we'll specifically focus on them in this particular session. But before we continue, one small reminder, guys, we have put a lot of effort in making the Cracku app. We have tried to make it as user-friendly as possible. Particularly, please download the Cracku app if you're a daily target person who regularly solves a daily target, because it will make it frictionless. It will ensure that you are much more consistent in solving the daily target, that you get that practice every single day. if you don't download the app, every time you have to remember to go to the website and to solve it. It will actually add one layer of inertia to your practice, and it will make you less consistent with your effort. So please download the app. It will make you a bit more consistent, and every 1% increase in consistency will mean that 1 percentile increase in your performance. Okay, so let's go, guys. Let's go to progressions and series. Here is a conceptual question. Okay, I want you guys to solve this, but I'll give you time also, but I'll give an advantage. I'll give a big hint after 1 minute. Okay, this is slightly difficult if you have no idea of progressions and series, but I'll give a small hint after 1 minute and everybody can then solve it. Yes, somehow we are working on an iOS app. We'll bring it out soon. I know a lot of people have been chasing us for the iOS app. We'll bring it out very soon. Right now it is available on Android. We'll get the iOS app soon. Okay, a lot of you have already gotten the answer. Easy one. The ones who are struggling, I'll give a small hint. The sum of n odd numbers. What is the formula for this? Sum of n odd numbers. The sum of n odd numbers is n square. This is your hint, okay? Whatever is the sum of n odd numbers, consecutive n odd numbers from 1 to n, 1 to 2n plus 1, that is going to be, 1 to 2n minus 1, that is going to be n square. Now with this hint, try to solve it. There is still time, there is still 1 minute. Try to solve this particular question. Easy. Okay, Pallavi. All of these guys who are finding it easy, I'm guessing you knew this formula, because otherwise it would have been a tough one. If you didn't know the formula, now try to solve it with the formula. Okay, so the time is up. Well done. I think the first person to give the answer was Pallavi. Pallavi, well done. Shri Chaitanya, well done. Shubhang, Khushi, and Sham, Ritu, Adi Varma, and Shubhang, Siddharth, Raghav, Shreyansh, Shreyas, Shreya, Tejeshwar, Harshini, Shravani, Mayank, Udayraj, all of you guys, Akshat and Nishant Kumar, all of you guys, very well done. The basic concept, if you know, it's very simple. If you don't know the concept, it will look like a very difficult question. But what is the basic concept? The concept is that if you sum n odd numbers, if you sum 10 odd numbers, the first 10 odd numbers, what would be the sum of the first 10 odd numbers? That would be 10 square, that would be 100. So here we are told that a student summed consecutive odd numbers starting from 1 and got a total of 666. She realized that a number has been counted twice. What number is it? See, the actual sum should have been sum, the real sum, without repetition, should have been n square. Should have been the square of some number. But 666 is some number where one additional number has been counted twice. So let's that additional number be a. So n square plus a is equal to 666. So then I'll say what are the squares near 666. So if the value of n square is very small, so for example, if I take n square is equal to 121, it will be the sum of the first 11 odd numbers. Then a will be a very large number. It will be like say 400 or 500 something. But that cannot be. I cannot add 500 something when I'm taking the sum of the first 11 natural numbers. So whatever is n square should be very close to this value. I should not consider all the squares. I should consider the square which is closest to it, because if I consider a square far away from it, like for example 121, the value of a will be unrealistic. Then the value of a will be 500. How will you get 500 when you are like adding from 1 to 11, like 1 to 21? How will you get the value of the number which you have added twice to be like 500 plus? It cannot be, right? So n square has to be very close to 666. So I have to then find what are perfect squares which are close to 666. So I will say, okay, 24 square is how much? This is 576. 25 square is how much? This is 625. 26 square is how much? Can someone quickly tell me what is 26 square? 26 square would be 169 into 4. So that would be 640 plus 36, 676. These are the squares which are close to 666. Now, if it is 26 square, n square would be already greater than 666, a will be negative, which it cannot take. We have actually added a number twice, which means that from 26 square onwards is no longer the case. If it is 24 square, okay, if I consider that n square is 24 square, a will become how much? 666 minus 576. How much is this? This is 90. But this is the sum of the first 24 odd numbers. Sum of first 24 odd numbers is 1, 2, 24 into 2 minus 1, 47. 1 to 47, how will you add 90 extra? That cannot be. So it is not this also. So we are left with only one value of n square, which is 25 square. Which means that n square should have been 625. But by mistake, you added one number extra, which is why you got 666 instead. So what is the value of a that you get? 666 minus 625, you will get the value of a as 41. Anything below 25 square, your value of a is unrealistic. It is too high. You will get it above the limits of the numbers that are there. Anything above 25 square, value of a is negative, which also is not fine, because the value of a is basically within the bounds of those odd numbers. So there is only one value which is n square, which is acceptable, which is 625, which means that that extra value that you added has to be 666 minus 625, which is 41. Always remember, the key fact to remember is the sum of n odd numbers, first n odd numbers, is n square. Okay, that is the quick thing that you have to remember. Okay, so let's go to the next question, guys. Again, this is slightly more tougher than the first one. Every question will be slightly more tougher. This is also a simple question. This is just slightly more tougher than the last one. This question you can expect to actually come in CAT. Come on, guys, try to solve this one. How many more questions? I think, so I think for me, there are another 4 questions. Maruti, another 5 questions. So around 9-10 questions are there more. This is going to be a 4-hour stream, okay, Shubhang, for anybody who is wondering how long this will go. This is about to go, this will be expected to go till about 6 o'clock. Come on, guys, try to solve this one. I want answers from more people this time. This is a doable question. I want more of you to answer. The usual suspects like Pallavi, Siddharth, all of these guys will answer, but I want more of you. There are 86 people on the stream. I want more of you to answer this. Try to solve this question. Attempt it. Formula based. Yes, this is something that you can do. Come on, guys. Try to solve this question. Last 30 seconds. Okay, so the time is up. Pallavi, Siddharth, Hariharan, Adi Varma. Okay, that is not correct, Vedant. Okay, so I'll give the formula for you. What is the sum of squares? Is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. This is the sum of square of n values. This is the formula. Vedant, try to solve it now that you have the formula. Okay. But how did we get the square of, like, how did this formula come from? So let us actually try to break down. How do you actually understand how to solve this one? Okay. So let us first look at the question. Find the sum of the first 50 terms of the series 1, 3, 6, 10, 15. So 1, 3, 6, 10, 15. At first sight, this does not seem like an arithmetic progression. What kind of a series is this? So between these two, the difference is 2. Between these two, the difference is 3. Between these two, the difference is 4. Between these two, the difference is 5. Between the differences, there is constant difference. So if you have constant difference in the first level, then the term will be an arithmetic progression and you can show the term to be of the form an plus b. When the difference at the first differential only, it is a constant number. It's an arithmetic progression. If I have, say, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, here this is 2, here this is 2, here this is 2, this is 2. So this is an arithmetic progression. At the first difference only, there is a constant difference. Then it becomes each term of that particular series can be shown as a linear expression, an plus b. The difference becomes constant after two differentials. Then it is a term where the power of n can be shown as an square plus bn plus c. The power of n over there is square. If it is not even constant after 2, if it is 3, then you can say that the term n will be an cube plus bn square plus cn plus d. Okay. So always remember, whenever some series is like this is given, okay, take the difference. After you take the difference, you see that I don't get a constant difference. Take the difference again. Now you get a constant difference. It is a quadratic expression. Not still constant, take the difference again. Now you get it, it is a cubic expression. We got a constant difference after two differentials, which means that our terms can be expressed as a quadratic expression. Each term of this is not linear, it's not cubic, it is quadratic. So every term can be expressed as an square plus bn plus c. So if this is the case, okay, this 1, 3, 6, 10, 15 can be expressed as an square plus bn plus c. What is this expression? What is a, what is b, what is c in that case? So 1, 3, 6, 10, 15 are the terms, right? Each term can be shown as an square plus bn plus c. When n is equal to 1, what is the value? It is equal to 1. So a into 1 square plus b into 1 plus c is equal to the first term, which is 1. So a plus b plus c is how much? It is 1. When n is equal to 2, what is the value? It is equal to 3. So a into 2 square, so that is 4a, plus b into 2, that is 2b, plus c is equal to 3. When n is equal to 3, what value do I get? The third term is 6. This is when n square will be, 3 square is 9. So 9a plus 3b plus c will be equal to 6. I have 3 variables, 3 equations. Can I solve this to find out the value of a, b, c? If I take this equation 2 minus 1, what do I get? I get 3a plus b is equal to 2. If I take equation 3 minus equation 1, what do I get? 8a plus 2b is equal to how much? It is equal to 5. I multiply this by 2. I get 6a plus 2b is equal to 4. I subtract it. I get 2a is equal to 1, or a is equal to half. If a is equal to half, what is b? 3a plus b is equal to 2. 1 and a half plus b is equal to 2, which means b is also half. If a is half, b is half, what is c? C is 0. So if I solve these linear equations, I get that the term of the linear equation a is half, b is half, and c is 0. So I can write each of the terms of the expression as what? It is, this is equal to n square by 2 plus n by 2 plus 0. This is rather at n into n plus 1 by 2, which is the sum of the first n terms. If I look at it, it is, yes, sum of first n terms. Sum of first one term is 1. Sum of the first two terms is 1 plus 2, which is 3. Sum of the first three terms is 1 plus 2 plus 3, that is 6. That is what it is, the sum of the first n terms. But this is the value of each expression is n square by 2 plus n by 2. So I have to find out the sum for these terms when n goes from 1 to 50. What is the sum of the first 50 terms of this particular series? So this I have to take the summation when n goes from 1 to 50 of n square by 2, and similar summation when n goes from 1 to 50 of n by 2. What is the formula for n square? Sum of n square. The sum of the first n square values, okay, 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square till n square. This summation is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. This is the formula. What is the sum of n, summation n? Summation n is, we know already, this is n into n plus 1 by 2. So we have these two formulas. Let's plug in those formulas over here. Here the value of n is 50. So we will get, this is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6, where n is equal to 6 plus n, and the 2 was already there. So this is 2 into 6, and again n into n plus 1 by 2, and again the earlier half was already there, so that will remain over here. So this is the value I get. What is the value of n in this case? N is up to 50. So let us put 50 over here. I'll get the value as 50 into 51 into 101 divided by 12 plus 50 into 51 divided by 4. How much is this? If I say this is divided by 6, this is 25, this is 3, this is 2, this is 70. This is 2, this is 25, and this is like this. This is an odd number divided by 2, this is also an odd number divided by 2. So I will add them up together. So if I take 25 by 2 in common, I will get, this is 17 into 101 plus 51. Okay, in the brackets. If I take 25 by 2 in common from both of this, what do I get? 25 by 2. This is 1717 plus 51. This is how much? 1768. The part inside the bracket. So this, if I divide by 2, how much do I get? This is 884. So 25 into 884 is the required value. 25 into 884, how do I get? I'll divide this by 4, multiply this off. Because 25 into 4 is 100. So 100 into 884 by 4 is 221. So the required value is 22100, which is in options, it is equal to option B. Now you can say that, okay, how should I solve this? How do I get this? This is slightly complex. The key things that I want you to remember, firstly, these formulas you have to remember. What is the sum of first n numbers, the formula n into n plus 1 by 2, sum of the n squares, first n squares, it is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. What is the, can somebody tell me what is the sum of n cubes, first n cubes? What is this formula, sum of the first n cube numbers? Can somebody tell me what is this value? There's a quick hack of remembering. The sum of first cubes is essentially this sum of n squares, n into n plus 1, this same value divided by 2. The whole square is the sum of the first n cubes. This is the first thing, that all these basic formulas you need to mug up. You should know these formulas. One of you was very close to answering it but got a wrong formula. That is the first thing. Secondly, whenever the series does not have common difference, keep taking the difference till you get a constant value. The level of differential will tell you whether it's a linear equation, quadratic equation, cubic equation. It won't be more. Cubic equation is also unlikely. Mostly it will be either linear, that is a simple AP, or it will be a quadratic equation like this. Using this, you will be able to find the correct answer. Okay? Correct Chaitanya, correct correct Vedant. Okay? So all of you should know these basic formulas. They should not hold you back. Okay? So the correct, is there a shorter method to find the general equation? See, I want you to know the longer method. The shorter method is basically when you see that they are the sum of the first natural numbers, you can say that it is n into n plus 1 by 2. I would say that start off with the fact that it's a quadratic equation, but looking at the values, you should be able to say it is the sum of the first n numbers, and that should tell you very quickly it is n into n plus 1 by 2. Okay? Okay, guys. Difficult one. Did you find that this was this? Where can we playlist of this Saturday session? Anush, we will make different playlists. So for LRDI, there'll be a playlist. We'll keep adding every Saturday live stream to the LRDI playlist. For the Quants one, we'll make a separate playlist. So if you just go to the Cracku's YouTube channel, go to live, you will see all of those sessions. Just look at all the sessions that were streamed on a Saturday. So, and our photos are also on that. So from that also you can figure out which ones are there. So just go to our YouTube stream. In YouTube, you have the option of going to like live. Okay. In live, you will see all the live streams that are there. In those live streams, just look at our photos. That will be the Saturday live streams. Okay. So let's go. Ma'am, you think we can have that much time to solve this? Yes, because it is not something that is very difficult. Okay. I have explained step by step, so it would took a lot of time. But for a lot of people, this is something which is very obvious. And progressions and series questions are never very trivial. They're always complicated like this. All of them are like this, where you have to like spend 3-4 minutes to solve it. One way you can say is that I won't do progressions and series. I don't want to do all of this magajmari. But if you are going to do progressions and series, it will be like this. It will be a multi-step solution. There won't be any easy progressions and series questions that will come. All of them will be like this, okay? Must do or save it for last minute since it is lengthy. Save it for last this. I never solve progressions and series in the first go because progressions and series is time consuming. Okay. So let's go to the next question. Come on, guys. This is an easy one. This is a fast one. You can do it without much with very less time. Okay. Let's try to do this one. VRC class is on 5th September, I think. There is a proper way of solving this. There is also a hacky way of solving this. If I was you, I will try to do it the hacky way. Okay. No, it is not, Anshuman. Some of you have gotten the answer. I'll solve it with both the shortcut as well as the proper way. But it is a very simple question if you use the shortcut. If you don't use the shortcut, it will be time consuming. Okay, last 12 seconds, guys. Okay, so the time is up. Many of you were able to solve it. I will do it the longer way. You might say that what is the need, but you should know how to do it both ways also. But there's a shortcut will take much lesser time. I'll show both ways, but let's see how to solve this. If the mth term of an arithmetic progression is 1 by n and nth term is 1 by m, then the mth term of this term of this progression will be, see, if mth term is 1 by n, what does it mean? What is the general expression for any term of the arithmetic progression? Tm will be, this is a plus m minus 1 times d. This is 1 by n. Similarly, the nth term is 1 by m. So a plus, so Tn is a plus n minus 1 times d. This is equal to 1 by m. Okay. If this is the case, I will first try to reduce the number of variables. I will take the difference. If I take the difference, m minus 1 times d minus n minus 1 times d, this is equal to 1 by n minus 1 by m. If I take this in common, if I open it up, I get m minus n times d is equal to how much? If I cross multiply, m minus n divided by mn. So this m minus n cancels with this. So I get d is equal to how much? 1 by mn. If d is equal to 1 by mn, if I plug this into any of the equations, what will I get? A plus m minus 1 times mn is equal to 1 by n. Taking it this side, a will be equal to how much? 1 by n minus m plus, m minus 1 by mn. If I open this up, this is mn, this will be m and m by n. So I get, this is, if base mn, this will be m minus m plus 1. M cancels, I get a is also equal to 1 by mn. So I get the starting term is also 1 by mn, the common difference is also 1 by mn. So if this is the case, what will be the mnth term of this particular progression? So Tmn in this case will be how much? A plus mn minus 1 times d. A is mn, 1 by mn, d is 1 by mn. So how much is the value? 1 by mn plus mn minus 1 by mn. So what do I get? This is, if I add it up together, 1 plus mn minus 1 divided by mn. This cancels with this. I get mn by mn, which is essentially equal to 1. So what do I get? I get a constant value. So the m by Tmn will be how much? It will be equal to this value, which is 1. Should you solve it like this? No, I think it would be ridiculous to solve it like this. There's a much easier way to solve it. Pallavi has hinted at it. So what I thought when I saw this is, okay, so nth term is equal to 1 by n. I'll say the second term is 1/3. Okay, I'll consider m is equal to 2 and n is equal to 3. Okay, then the second term is equal to 1/3. And the third term is equal to how much? It is equal to half. If the second term is 1/3 and third term is half, what is the common difference? The difference between half minus 1/3 is how much? It is 1 by 6. So the common difference is 1 by 6. What is the first term in this case? I'll take 1/3 minus 1 by 6. This is again 1 by 6. Fourth term will be how much? Half plus 1 by 6. So it will be 4 by 6. Fifth term will be how much? 4 by 6 plus 1 by 6, 5 by 6. Sixth term will be how much? 5 by 6 plus 1 by 6, 6 by 6, which is 1. Mn is what? Mn is 6. Sixth term is 1. So without calculating anything, I got that the sixth term has to be 1. I'll check whether that happens even when, like, for different values of Mn. Mn is 6. This is 1 by 6. This is 3 by 2. 2 by 3. This is 3 by 2. None of them actually can possibly be equal to 1. There is only one value which is equal to 1, which is option D, which is a constant one. So from my hacky way, I got, in a particular case of Mn, the mnth term is 1. None of the other options can be equal to 1. So therefore, the correct answer has to be D. Doing all of that was completely not needed whenever you have things like this, okay, where this term is mth term is this, nth term is this. Consider m is 2, n is 3, find the patterns from that, and then you will get the answer, okay? You can consider m is equal to 1 and n is equal to 2 also. That is also up to you. I just found that, okay, if I take 2 and 3, I get a clear pattern of this. If I take 1 by 2, I think it will be like 1 will be half, second will be 1, 1 half, 3 by 2, 4 by 2, even that is also okay. Okay? Okay, so let's go, guys. Let's go to the next question. This is a slightly painful question, slightly difficult question, but you can do it, okay? The idea should always be is that whenever a sum of series is given, okay, whenever here we are asked the sum of the odd number squares in the denominator. So you have to essentially remove the even number squares. We have to remove from the original series, I have to remove 1 by 2 square plus 1 by 4 square, this particular series. But what can I write this as? What is this even number base series? If I take 4 in common, s minus 1/4 in common, this is basically my original series, 1 by 2 square plus 1 by 3 square and so on. So this is my hint to you. I'll start the time. Try to find how to solve the series. Take some variable s which is equal to the original series. And from that, if I'm deducting the even numbers, what exactly am I deducting in terms of s? How can I write this part in terms of s? Then you'll get the answer of what the odd number term square is. Come on guys, this is a big hint. Everybody should be able to solve with this hint. Come on guys, everybody should answer. Now I've given a big hint. Most of you will be able to answer this. Okay, so the time is up, and Raghav, Siddharth, Shreyansh, Paras, Shravani, Pallavi, Hemant, Mayank, Shri Chaitanya, Sai Dinesh, Tejeshwar, Khushi, Arjun, all of you guys were able to answer. Very well done, guys. Keep up. After this, I'm giving you another series questions. I want you to do the same thing again, where you try to use the same idea of trying to separate the series. So let's see. Okay, firstly, let's see how to solve this one. So what do we have? Originally, we have a sum to infinity where the series is 1 divided by n square, where it is 1 divided by 1 square plus 1 divided by 2 square and so on till up to infinity. This series is equal to pi square by 6. This is given to us. Then the value of the sum of the odd number squares is how much? So firstly, s is equal to 1 divided by 1 square plus 1 divided by 2 square plus 1 divided by 3 square and so on till infinity. From this, I want to get only the odd number base squares, okay? So this will be 1 plus 1 square plus 1 plus 3 square plus 1 plus 5 square. This is the odd number part. And then we are left with the even number part, which is 1 plus 2 square plus 1 plus 4 square plus 1 plus 6 square plus 1 plus 8 square till infinity. But what is this part essentially? Can I express this in terms of s again? If I consider this 1 plus 2 square plus 1 plus 4 square plus 1 plus 6 square. Okay, all of these, if I take 2 square in the common in the bottom of it, I take 1 by 2 square in common, that is 1/4. I will get this is 1 plus 1 square. 4 square is essentially 2 times 2 square. So if I take 2 square in common, I'll get this is 1 by 2 square. 6 square is how much? It is 2 into 3, the whole square. So 2 square if I take out, it will be 1/3 square. And so on. So this part over here is essentially, if I see, it is 1 by 2 square of our original series S. So if I remove all of this, okay, I'll say that this part over here is essentially 1/4 of the original series, which is basically S. So this is S by 4. Our series S is what we require. So this is the answer plus S by 4. So what is the answer? S is equal to answer plus S by 4. So the answer that we are looking for is S minus S by 4, which is essentially 3S by 4. It is 3/4 of the original series. Now what is 3/4 of the original series? The original series value was pi square by 6. So 3/4 of that would be 3 by 4 times pi square by 6. This is 2. This is pi square by 8. So the required answer is pi square by 8, which is option A. Very well done, guys, who were able to do it. The idea, I want you guys to understand the idea properly. Whatever is the series that is given, separate it into the terms that we like, separate it into the terms we don't like. What we want, what we don't want. Try to simplify, see whether I can replace the things that I don't like with some kind of equation where I can represent it as part of the series itself. Then I can solve and get the required answer. Okay, I will give you another question. This is also sum of series, slightly tougher than the first one, but the same idea is there. Try to express the series, separate the terms, individually sum up the terms, and you'll get the answer. Okay, so the time starts now. I have given 2.5 minutes for it, but it will not be sufficient for 2.5 minutes. So I'll give you 1 extra minute for this. So I'll give 3.5 minutes. Come on, guys. Let's try to do this one. This is difficult. It will be time consuming. Ma'am, both series answer one something and eliminate the options. Yes. Basically, try to express the series. Here you will get a series, right? Try to separate the terms. Here, one part of the series will be the original, like if I start with A, okay? This is A plus 2, A plus 4, okay? So when I multiply with B, there will be part in that expansion which will have A. There will be part in the expansion which will not have A. Separate the part that contains A separately and the constant part separately. And sum both of those separately, you will get the answer. Come on, guys, try to solve this one. And if you haven't still liked the stream, guys, please like the stream. As I said, I'll give an extra minute. It will take time for some of you have still already gotten the answer. Falcon 5, Pallavi, Siddharth. But for others, it will take time. So I'll give you an extra minute. Try to solve this one. Okay. So many of you have gotten the answer now. This is an AGP as Shubhang has said, correct. You can solve this by using the AGP formula, or you can solve it without knowing the AGP formula. Generally, I don't directly use the AGP formula. If you remember and mug it up, it's good. If you don't use it also, you can find it without like mugging anything up. So let's see how to solve this set, how to solve this particular question. We are given A is a set A1, A2, A3, B an arithmetic progression, and B is B1, B2, B3, which is a geometric progression. Common difference for A is 2, common ratio for B is 0.2, and B1 is 0.8. So what is A essentially? Let the first value in this particular arithmetic progression, let it be A, okay? So let us, if this is A, the first term is A, the second term is A by A plus 2, the third term is A plus 4, the fourth term is A plus 6, and so on. B is what? B is starting with 0.2, 0.8, and every time I'm multiplying by 0.2. So this will be 0.16, this is 0.032, this is 0.0064, and so on till infinity. Then I'm saying take the product. So if I take the product, okay, these two, so this is 0.8a, I'll get some series. This sum of this series is 1. Product till infinity, the sum of the series is 1. So 0.8a plus 0.16 into a plus 2 plus 0.032 into a plus 4, and so on. This product to infinity is how much? It is given as 1. Now therefore I'll say that I'll split this up into two parts. One part is the part containing a. So I have 0.8a plus 0.16a plus 0.032a and so on. Okay. So this is one part I'll consider. Okay. This to infinity, plus the other part that I'll consider is the constant part. So over here, this is 0.16 into 2. So this will be 0.32. This is into 4. This is, or I can say that this is 0.16 into 2 plus 0.032 into 4 plus 0.064 into 6 and so on. These are the two parts that I have to calculate. This sum is equal to 1 and I have to find the value of a using this. Let's say this is the first part, S1, okay, and this is the second part, this is S2. What is S1? S1 is a clear geometric progression into A. We'll take S1, okay, look at S1 first. I will take A in common, it is just 0.8 plus 0.16 and so on. This till infinity. Multiplication, just a geometric progression till infinity. What is the value? That is equal to A into the first term 0.8 divided by 1 minus the common ratio, that is minus 0.2. So this is 0.8 divided by 0.8, so that is 1. So S1 is nothing other than A itself. So this part I can replace and say that this part, S1 part, okay, this is 0.8 by 0.8, this is A itself. So 1 is equal to A plus this S2. Now for me to find out what is the value of A, I have to find the value of S2 and I am done. So 1 plus A, 1 is equal to A plus S2. So what is S2? Now I don't know how to solve this. This is like, okay, there is a geometric equation, geometric progression part. There's a arithmetic progression part also. There's 2, 4, 6. What do I do over here? You have S2. This is 0.16 into 2 plus 0.032 into 4 plus 0064 into 6 and so on. There's an extra 0 over here. How do I solve this one? The trick is multiply this part, okay, with the same as the common ratio. Our common ratio is 0.2, right? Multiply S2 by 0.2. That is the trick. If I multiply S2 by 0.2, what do I get? This I'll get as, if I multiply this by 0.2, I'll get as 0.032 into 2. So I'll write it over here, 0.032 into 2. This into 0.2 is 0.032. Why did I write it as a distance over here? Because the thing is that I don't want this 0.03 to be subtracted from this 0.16. I want to subtract this from this. This, if I multiply by 0.2, what do I get? I get 0.0064 into 4. If I multiply this by 0.2, I get 0.00 1 to 0, 1 to 8 into 6 and so on. Why did I do this shifting over here? Because when I remove S2 minus point S2, I'll get what? If I subtract this, I'll get 0.8 times S2. Here I'll take the 0.16 into 2 as it is. Here 0.032 into 4 minus 0.032 into 2. So because 0.032 is common, I'll write that. And 4 minus 2 is how much? It is 2. 0064 into 6 minus 0.0064 into 4. What am I getting? 0.0064 into 2. So what has happened? Why did I do all of this? See, over here I had GP into AP, but I did not want that. I wanted a pure GP because there's a formula for a pure GP. So what I did is I multiplied the series with the common ratio and I shifted the term to 1 to the right. So the first term, I'm not subtracting from the first term of the first series. I'm subtracting it from the second term. So 4 minus 2, I get a constant value. 6 minus 4, I get a constant value. So my AGP is now converted into a proper GP. If I take 2 in common, what do I get? This is 0.16 plus 0.032 and plus 0.0064 and so on till infinity. This is a normal GP. What is the value of this? I can say this is 2 times the first term 0.16 divided by 1 minus 0.2. This is 0.8 in the denominator. 0.16 divided by 8, how much is this? This is equal to 1 by, this is 0.2. So this is 0.8 S2 is equal to 2 into 0.2. So 0.8 S2 is equal to 0.4. So S2 is equal to how much? 0.4 divided by 0.8, or rather it is equal to half. So we needed this value of S2. Why? Because S is equal to A plus S2. S2 is equal to half. 1 is equal to A plus half. So what is value of A? 1 minus half, that is half itself. So we got the value of this particular starting term as half. Whenever you are given a GP, okay, AGP, you have to, objective is to convert it into a GP. How do you convert it into a GP? See, the first part of it was very simple. It was a normal GP that is easy to do. But here, over here, we have an AGP. Whenever you are given an AGP, let's say that series is S2. Multiply S2 with the same common ratio. And you shift the term slightly. Take the difference, but don't remove the first term from the first term of your original series. Remove this from the first term, second term. The first term is deducted from the second term. The second term is deducted from the third term and so on. Why? By doing that, I convert my AGP to a normal GP. I can directly use the formula and get the answer. Didn't crack the logic, but choose first 3 terms, sum and equate to 1, choose closest option. That is also fine. First 2 terms subtracted to form. This is, you have basically used the like trial and error. Trial and error also works in many cases. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I also want you to know how to deal with AGPs, because AGPs come quite often. It is a very basic concept of progressions and series, and you should know that if AGP has come, it's no worries. All I have to do is multiply with the common ratio, shift it slightly, I can get a normal GP. Okay, so let's go to the next question. This is the last question and a very easy one of progressions and series. Very simple question I've kept at the end as a way of boosting morale. And after this, Maruti will have 4 questions of logarithms and then we'll be done for the day. So guys, come on, let's try to do this one. Simple, very simple question that we have. Come on guys, super simple question. Everybody can answer this one. Shubham, check your calculation. Or maybe you've just mistyped it. Okay, simple question. Everybody should solve it, right? I see a lot of people. Everyone should try to solve it. It's a very clear, easy question. And anyone who has not liked the stream yet, please like the stream. We are very close to 300 likes. If you guys have not liked the stream yet, please like the stream. Okay. Okay, so the time is up. Most of you were able to answer it. Very well done. So all those who answered from Akash, Siddharth, Tejeshwar, Shubhang. Shubhang initially gave us the wrong answer, but you generally got it afterwards. Arjun, Shreyansh, Khushi, Deepak, Shubhang, Jigyanshu, Mayank, Pallavi, Anshuman, Sri Chaitanya, Jigyanshu. All of you guys got it. Very well done. Shravani, Anshuman, Nishan. Okay, very well done, guys. It's a very, very simple question. Very simple, basic question. Let's see how to solve it. The sum of third and ninth term of an AP is 8. Find the sum of the first 11 terms of the progression. So if the sum of the third and the ninth term of the AP is 8, what can you write this as? What is the third term? If the first term is A and the common difference is D, the third term is A plus 2D. What is the ninth term? It will be A plus 8D. This is the ninth term. Their sum will be how much? This is 2A plus 10D. 2A plus 10D is how much? It is equal to 8. We are asked, find the sum of the first 11 terms of the progression. What is the formula for the sum of the first 11 terms of the progression? It will be 11 by 2 times 2A plus 11 minus 1 times D. This is the required sum. What is 11 minus 1? It is 10. So we have to say what is 11 by 2 times 2A plus 10D. But what is 2A plus 10D? We know that it is equal to 8. So the part inside the bracket is equal to how much? It is equal to 8. So the required value is 11 into 8 divided by 2. This you can cancel. 11 into 4 is 44. So very simple thing. In general, whenever you see questions like this, remember that whatever is the sum value inside, that you're going to get from this value itself. So from that you can say that, okay, this value has to be the value that I have to plug in inside, because without otherwise giving A and D, it would be difficult to get it. So whatever is this value will be the value that I have to plug it in inside. From that I will get that, okay, I have to be n by 2 times that value will be the answer, which is option A, 44. So pretty simple question to end progression and series. We'll go to logarithms. Maruti will be taking that. So I'll give off the question and you guys start with that. Before we go to logarithms, one quick reminder that, guys, if you haven't started taking mocks yet, it is high time to take it. It is August. Ideally, you should have started in July, but August is still not too late. Please start taking mocks every single weekend. We have a scholarship mock going on today. There is a live mock. In addition to that, we have 3 free cat mocks, okay? Plus, we have previous year's papers in mock format. There is a lot for you to attempt. You will not run out of mocks. You will not run out of, like, the previous year's papers. If you take in mock format, that is 18 papers. So you will not run out of it. So please make sure that if you have not started your mocks, please start them today. Do not delay it any further. Okay. So I'll give Maruthi's question on logarithms and let's go. Okay. So this is his question. I've posted it. Try to solve it. Maruti will just join us.
Yeah, hi guys. This is the please do like the stream, guys. We have 299 likes. I want another 25 likes. 325 is the target. We'll be solving 4 more questions and that will be the end of the stream. Okay guys, last 10 seconds, try to solve it. Yeah. In this question, we are told that log of x minus 1 to the base 2 plus log of x plus 3 to the base 4 is equal to 3 by 2 plus log 3 to the base 4. We are required to calculate the value of x. We know that log of a to the power m to the base b to the power n is m by n into log of a to the base b. So in this particular case, if you're seeing the right hand side, it is the base of the logarithm is 4. Here the base of the logarithm is 4. Here the base of the logarithm is 2. So we will change this to log of x minus 1 to the base 2 is equivalent to log of x minus 1 whole square to the base 4. Because log of x minus 1 whole square to the base 2 square will be equal to log of x minus 1 to the base 2. Similarly, 3 by 2 is log of 4 to the power 3 by 2 to the base 4. That is 3 by 2 is 3 by 2 into log of 4 to the base 4, which is log of 4 to the power 3 by 2 to the base 4, which is log of 8 to the base 4. So the equation that we have is simply equal to log of x minus 1 whole square to the base 4 into log of plus log of x plus 3 to the base 4 is equal to log of 8 to the base 4 plus log of 3 to the base 4. What we have done is make the base of the logarithm to be equal to 4 across all the terms. So this will be equal to the left hand side log of x minus 1 whole square into x plus 3 to the base 4 is equal to log of 8 into 3 is 24 to the base 4, or x minus 1 whole square into x plus 3 is equal to 24. So this is a cubic equation. We can factorize it and calculate the answer, but because in this question we are given options, we can quickly use options to find out which of them is the correct answer. If x is equal to 2, this will be 2 minus 1, that is 1 into 4, which is 4. So this won't be correct. If x is equal to 4, 4 minus 1 whole square is 9 into 7 is 63. So this also won't be the correct answer. If x is equal to 3, this will be 3 minus 1, 2 square into 6, this is 24. So the correct answer is option B. If say the options are not given, you can simplify this. This will be x square minus 2x plus 1 into x plus 3 is equal to 24. This is x cube minus 2x square plus x plus 3x square minus 6x plus 3 is equal to 24. Or this is x cube plus x square minus 5x minus 21 is equal to 0. We realize that x is equal to 3 is a factor. So you can factorize this as x cube minus 3x square plus 4x square minus 12x plus 7x minus 21 is equal to 0. This is x minus 3 into x square plus 4x plus 7 is equal to 0. The discriminant of this particular equation is less than 0, so it has no real roots. So the only possible root is x is equal to 3. So the answer for this particular question is option B. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this correct before going to the next one. Arjun, Shreyansh, Siddharth, Jigyanshu, Akash, Angad, Pallavi, Tiwari, Malav Seth, Tejeshwar, Adabatla, Mayank Chaurashia, and Shubhank. Last 3 questions, guys. Try to solve this also. Okay guys, let us try to solve this. If the number of digits in 12 to the power 12 is a and 18 to the power 12 is b, what is the value of a plus b? We are given log of 2 and log of 3. How can you calculate the number of digits in a particular exponent? If say you have an exponent like say x to the power y, calculate the logarithm of x to the power y to the base 10. You are going to get some decimal. The decimal will be something like say a point dot 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 a point say 1 2 3 4. The integer part is a. Then the number of digits in x to the power y will be a plus 1. What we are basically saying is calculate the value of the exponent. If say you have to calculate the number of digits in this exponent, calculate the logarithm of that exponent. Once you calculate the logarithm of the exponent, take the integer part out and then add 1 to it. That is the number of digits in the logarithm, in that exponent. For example, if you have to calculate the number of digits in 12 to the power 12, calculate logarithm of 12 to the power 12. 12 to the power 12 to the base 10. Take the integer part out and then add 1 to it. That will be the value of a. So let us first try to do it. But to calculate logarithm of 12 to the power 12 to the base 10, we need to calculate log of 12 to the base 10. And what is log of 12 to the base 10? This is log of 4 to the base 10 plus log of 3 to the base 10. Log of 4 to the base 10 will be 2 times log of 2 to the base 10. If log of 2 to the base 10 is 0.3, log of 4 to the base 10 will be 0.6. And log of 3 to the base 10 is 0.48. So this is 1.08. This is the value of log of 12 to the base 10. So what is the value of log of 12 to the power 12 to the base 10? This is 12 times log of 12 to the base 10, which is equal to 12 into 1.08. This is 12.96. So what is the number of digits in 12 to the power 12? That will be integer part of this plus 1. Integer part of this is 12, so this will be 13. 13 is the value of a, which is the number of digits of 12 to the power 12. With respect to 18 to the power 12, let us first calculate log of 18 to the power 12. Log of 18 to the power 12 is log of 9 to the power, log of 18 to the power 10 is log of 9 to the power 10 plus log of 2 to the power 10. What is log of 9 to the power 10? If log of 3 to the power 10 is 0.48, log of 9 to the power 10 will be 2 times that, which is 0.96. And log of 2 to the power 10 is 0.3, which is 12.6. So what about log of 18 to the power 12 to the base 10? This will be 12 times log of 18 to the base 10, which is equal to 12 into 12.6. You can calculate this. This will be, I think, 14, 144. This is not 12.6, guys. This is 1.26. So this is 12 into 1.26. 126 into, you can use your calculator for it. 120 into 12 is 1440. 12 into 6 is 72. So if I am not wrong, this should be 15.12. So what is the number of digits in 18 to the power 12? The number of digits will be integer part of this plus 1. So the value of b is 16. Value of a is 13. So the sum of a plus b is 29, which is option C. Let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this correct. Okay. This is the last question, guys. I'll just show you 2 questions. If you get the answer for this question, just put it in the comment and we'll confirm whether it is correct or not. If you miss out on this question, just go back, pause the video and then see. This is the first question and this is the second question. So 2 questions are there for students to answer. If you get the answers for these 2, please do let us know in the chat. Thank you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Please do like and subscribe to our channel.